Well, g'day. I've done it again. How do I just get rid of that? I have totally stuffed up my live stream once again because I forgot to hit go live. Maybe now it will actually be working, which that'll be a bonus. And now it means I'm going to go right back to the fucking start. Thank goodness I wasn't that far through it. I was just wondering why, since I sort of just trying to monitor on my phone so I can watch if any chat should happen to come up on the phone. Oh, God damn it. I'll get the hang of this eventually one of these days, I'm pretty sure. Perhaps, maybe not. But whatever the case is, I just went through a long introductory rant. Just, I don't even go for 20 minutes. It's all good. It's all good, man. Everything happens for a reason. Now that it is actually live, I guess what I might do instead of going back over all the stuff I just said for the reason why I'm here right here now and making this commentary is because whatever. Everything happens for a reason. Water under the bridge. It's gone. So here I am now, and I'm just going to do basically a bit of a breakdown, maybe look at about half an hour or so of this video. It's about as much as I can take. I was only going to do 10 minutes, and then I had it planned as I'm doing the dishes this morning, and then going to 20 minutes, and then I saw, holy shit. I'm not going to go past that. But what I have to do, because to avoid copyright strikes, this is entirely for commentary, educational, comedy, and various other purposes. I'm not actually stealing their material. I'm just using it to comment about and to comment as I go. I will play and pause and do all that shit. And damn, I'm disappointed that I lost my whole entire introduction, which I'd been through, but it is what it is. So there we go. So now this is why I'd like to pre-record wherever I possibly can, but I'm still coming to terms with technology. I am the Iron Horse. I've come from another era, come from the pre-50,000 BC era to impersonate a human being through this person's body. Let me use it. Kidding. I just took it. Right, so this White Earth is like the world's biggest nerd, but he's not a smart nerd, really. He's a very nerdy nerd. Some nerds are quite smart. He's got some amount of what you would call, what's the word for it? Anal retentive ability to memorize stuff and then spurt it out as it suits the occasion, but he doesn't actually know shit. Well, he does. He knows shit, but he doesn't know stuff. He doesn't know anything. If you can't see him typing on his keyboard every time you're talking with him and then sitting in his Discord channel getting all these instructions off everybody else that he's talking with, then, you know, he's not debating, he's having a conversation. That's what this one is. This is a conversation he's had with Desertpedo, I think it's called, or something like that. Anyway, we'll quickly fast forward through this bit of bullshit. What the fuck?
Hey, I'm FTFE, or Felicia, if you like. Welcome back to the channel.
Don't do that. Not twice. Come on, man. Press the wrong button.
Hey, I'm FTFE, or Felicia, if you
like. That was worth it. Oh, Felica. Look, you read it. Felica. It says
like.
Felica.
Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity.
Felica. He can't even spell Felicia. He might be a great expert at fellatio, but he can't even spell Felicia. This is hilarious, man. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit of fun, bit of humor, and a bit of laughing and taking the shit out of these lovely, lovely, lovely globetards.
What Loki did to the plans of He Who Remains. I know, spoiler alert, but it finished a week ago, so it's not my fault. I hope you are all having a great day, because I'm having a fantastic day, because I have an absolute internet legend with me today.
He has an absolute internet legend with him today. And let's find out what is his claim to fame of legendary status, shall we? From this Desertpedo dude, whatever he's called again.
The one, the only Desertfile. Desertphiles, hello, welcome to the channel. I am absolutely ecstatic that
you... I can't help myself. I mean, seriously, Craig is absolutely ecstatic to have a man whose one claim to fame is a 10-second clip of him saying the same word over and over. Gravity! Gravity! You fucking moron! Gravity! That's a real claim to fame, Mr. Desertpedo, and your number one suck boy. Let's have a look.
You have managed to join me today. How are you?
Well, greetings. I am, as always, feeling pretty good, actually. So,
awesome.
So, I thank you for the...
Come on, Desertpedo, haven't you learnt from Craig yet? You got to get the non-reflective glasses. You don't want people to be reading the reflections in all the screens where you're getting all your answers and coaching from while you're debating. But obviously, well, this is just a twin debate, not a mass debate. So
the invitation, by the way, because I have a lot to say about that so-called debate you had with Kaleb.
Debate. He had a debate. You know, like I don't want to have a hard time with this poor old man. He's been roped in from. Craig's just getting off on this flicker. I can't get over that. Let's carry on, shall we? This is just it's going to be a shit show, so let's just do it.
The debate, yes, it was fun. Fun is bashing your head against the wall.
So this is Craig now making excuses for why he got his ass kicked, handed to him, silver platter. Here you go, Craig. Here's your ass back. He goes, oh, if it's like having your head banged about a brick wall. He fucking begs me constantly to come onto his channel so I can debate him, because he's got nobody that wants to talk to him anymore because he's an absolute king shit loser. But so he goes on to Jaren's channel, and as we all know, Jaren is one of the big names in the flat earth community over in the US of A. He goes on and debates this young up-and-comer, young Kaleb, who's a TikTok person, and afterwards, after getting his ass handed to him, all he can say is, oh, it's fun if you feel like, if it's like having your head banged against the wall. I want to listen to that again. Oh, let's see if I can repeat that. Probably too far back. I'm not real good at this stuff. Come on.
Yes, it was fun if, fun is bashing your head against the wall, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, that would be like you, Craig. You like bashing your head against the wall because you've been fighting the flat earth for how long now? 5, 6, 7 years. And what's been happening is the flat earth understanding and people moving away from your heliocentric cult has been growing and growing and growing. And meanwhile, you've been on the losing side trying to defend it more and more and more. And you're getting so desperate now, you're roping in this old man from out in the middle of the desert somewhere to try and get some content on your channel because you can't get anybody that will actually take you seriously anymore.
If anyone watching doesn't know who Desertphile is, he is a legend in this community because everybody.
He's a legend in the community. He's a legend in the community. I love that. You're a legend in the community, Mr. Desertphile, because you had a 10-second clip where you said the same word over and over. Gravity. Gravity. Haven't you ever had a fucking gravity? You fucking moron. Gravity. What is gravity, man? The attraction of stuff to other stuff because of the biggity of the other stuff. You don't even know what the word means, and yet you can carry on like a little bitch and whine like this fucking 80s hippie that, yeah, let's have a look. This is
these kind of debunks against
We'll
stupid people have used a video of Desert Files where he was talking about somebody who didn't understand why planets were round. And in response to that, he did this wonderful thing that we all
Gravity, you
Wonderful.
fucking retard!
Legendary.
Gravity! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity?
You've got all your teeth, mate.
Gravity! Gravity!
So that was from a video that you recorded, what, 14, 15 years ago?
And that's what makes him a legend in the global community. That clip makes this old man in a hat a legend in the global community. You see how desperate they're getting. This is really sad and pathetic.
Yeah, about that. Maybe, yeah, 14, I think, perhaps. Yeah, that the way that came about was some guy named Stone Commander.
Stone Commander. See, they actually take these guys seriously. Oh, some guy named Stone Commander. Are we seriously supposed to take guys like this seriously? I mean, seriously? I mean, or just poking fun at them. This is what the world has come to. This is what the globe Earth stands upon. Is this old man talking to Stone Commander, talking to Flat Earth, and he's the legend. Let's listen to what the legend has to say about talking to Stone Commander.
He asked atheists the question that he should probably have asked astrophysicists. But, you know, atheists, they should all be astrophysicists and, you know. Biologists and shit like that.
Apparently so, yeah.
He asked why planets were round if explosions like the Big Bang never produce round objects. They should all be like broken chunks and it's like, why are planets round?
Well, that's a reasonable question. I mean, that circle there was round. It's not a chunk of broken rock coming out from an explosion, though, is it? I mean, it's a reasonable question. You know, everybody should be entitled to ask that. And if your only answer is gravity, you fucking moron, gravity, that's not really a good answer. I mean, I'm a person who's walked along the beach for decades of my life. And I've walked through the headlands in some places where you do find some very, very spherical looking type rocks. But never once have I found one that is actually spherical at all. What I find mostly on the beach is rounded, flat pebbles that make good skipping stones. And here we're going to hear from the expert, this Desertpedo, Desert File, whatever, I can't remember. His name, he's the gravity guy. Gravity, you fucking morons. Gravity. This is what he's going to say for why when something explodes from what might have been a perfectly polished bowling ball, mind you stick a bit of dynamite into it. And when you blow all the parts about, then if you give gravity a long enough chance, then what you're going to find is that all those pieces are going to turn into perfectly spherical objects like the moon or the sun or, well, Saturn's got rings around it. We can't use Saturn, but lights in the sky that look spherical from a distance. Just like if you looked in the distance and you saw a truck 10 miles away, if you could see 10 miles, let's even say 5 miles away, all you're going to see is this orb of light. But eventually, as it gets closer and closer, by the time it's about 100 meters from you, then you're going to start to see distinct headlights and body lights and stuff. And then when it gets even closer again, then you'll see it's a truck. But you wouldn't know that from 5 miles away. You wouldn't know it from 10 miles, 20 miles. You wouldn't know it from 50,000 light years away. You would not know that what appears to be an orb of light was a perfectly spherical object. And yet, apparently gravity is your answer.
It's like, oh, well.
Didn't you also think that the Big Bang was an exploding bowling ball or something?
Yeah, a bowling ball. He said bowling
bowling ball.
balls. If you put a stick of dynamite in a hole and you light it, pieces are not going to be round.
Therefore, planets aren't round. So, excuse me.
They say the wisdom of
Sorry.
these
How
blokes
does it feel
expressed
seeing that that clip of yours in so many people's videos?
What, you're not even going to address how gravity makes all those pieces of exploded bowling ball turn back into perfect little spheres? You're just going to brush over that, Craig? Come on. I would have thought, obviously, you just, man hears what he wants to hear and he disregards the rest.
I don't know. It kind of creeps me out. So,
Well, I'd be kind of creeped out too myself, old fella. God dang, I'm turning into a goddamn legend because I made a video talking about bowling ball blowing into bits, and it all turns back into perfectly little spheres because of gravity. God damn, I'd be freaked out by that.
I saw a video of horse and rider where the horse just a little slight, bucking, and the rider went over the horse's head, and then suddenly there I was, gravity. It's like, wow, what the? It's like it shows up everywhere,
even where you don't expect it, where it doesn't feel like it fits. Someone's going to put it there.
Sneaks up on me.
Everybody's
Just,
talking about
I think the first
Like I
time I
mentioned-
saw it, and
could do
obviously
that,
the first time I saw you was in a video by Cold Hard Logic.
cold hard.
I think he was
Cold
maybe the
Hard?
first person to use that in
Why did you say
the
Cold
concept of
Hard?
debunking flat earthers.
I remember the. I remember the username. I wish a lot of these old time YouTube people, were still making videos because
There's the trouble, we got a fucking old timer here. Pardon my English, because you can't even blame it on the French anymore, because fucking is actually very much an English word. But part of my fucking English is that this is pretty sad, man, because this guy's he's reminiscing about the past. He's once let's let him speak, and I'll comment about that in a second.
Yeah, so do
the
we.
skeptic.
The
We
skeptic.
had a thriving skeptic community
Thriving.
on YouTube.
Community on YouTube.
Yeah.
Everything went
Come on,
went downhill after James Randi died.
Everything went downhill after James Randi died, and here we go. I think that's the truth. I don't think that he did die. Look at it. This is James Randi. This dude is James Randi. Desert Pedophile is James Randi. Oh, where bam, we've found something here that we didn't even know we were looking for. Everything went downhill since James Randi died. He's been trying to give $1 million to somebody who can prove that psychic phenomena exists. And the whole purpose of, well, I won't even go into that. It's not even worth going into, but I will just say that the only way psychic phenomena can work is with positive energy. The minute somebody injects negative energy into it, it will actually make it not work. And I'm going to use an example here. It's from a story I heard many years ago, where a person who was a believer in the psychic energy and feeling the energetic vibrational frequency, for want of a better word, from plants, had worked out a way to measure and detect the vibratory frequency of plants. And because she was working with these plants all the time and she was watering them and all the rest, the plants had come to resonate with her. And so she could use a way of measuring the field of the energetic vibrational frequency around them. And because she was so excited about her discoveries, she got a biologist, somebody who's high up in the scientific field of things, and she requested this person, also another woman, to come and check her results for herself so she could see it for herself. But what was unbeknownst, or beknownst, I don't know, but what happens with the biologist in the field, what her job was to do was to go out into the field and get plant samples. And then what she would do is bring them back to her laboratory and bake them, basically, to take all the moisture out of them. And then what is left, the dry, hard substance of that particular plant or leaf or whatever, weigh that. So you had some sort of molecular thing so you can compare it from this one and that one to the other one and whatever. And that was her job. So she was a scientist in the field, biology or plants. What's the word for that again? It's escaping me. It doesn't matter. The point is, when she brought this woman into the lab where she was doing all the measuring of the vibratory frequency of all the plants and stuff, every single one of the plants fainted. Not a single one gave off anything. So from the perspective of the skeptic, who's basically going out and killing live samples and measuring them, taking their dead weight and calling that science, from her perspective, it was a load of shit. But from the perspective of the person who knows and feels the living vibratory frequency of things, she knows it was real. But in the presence of that person, you get a null result. So when you've got an absolute skeptic on the psychic sides of things, or whatever you might want to call it, his very presence is going to do the same thing as what the biologist from the scientific side of things, looking to debunk the fact that you've got feelings and other stuff. They cancel each other out. So anyway, he's talking about this, the great Randy.
Yeah, James Randi was the king of debunking stupid claims. I could watch the videos of him debunking these psychic people moving the papers over and over. It's so funny watching him just destroy them with like simple little things like putting packing peanuts around the paper so that you can't blow on it.
Yeah, there was Uri Geller. He was actually he claimed that he could move pages of a book, just by, but he was snorting on it, and the page would like flip. So, like you said, he put packing peanuts around it, and suddenly his magic stopped. That was amazing.
Like little children.
People like him and you and I think it's important to, even though we have fun doing it, obviously, it is important to counter the amount of stupid misinformation that's out there, right? It, like you said when we were talking before, it makes you angry and it makes me mad as well.
Well, obviously it makes you mad, Craig, because it debunks your whole life that you believe in. You were brought up, you became a little, I don't know his whole entire history, but apparently when he went through high school, he went to an all-girls high school. He denies that vehemently now because he's covered up all traces of that, but the high school he went to was an all-girls high school. Probably explains why he can't even grow a whisker on his chin. Maybe not, I don't know. If I went to an all-girls high school, I'd probably have more facial hair than I got. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. He's then gone on to work in the Navy. So either you normally go to college or to a career, an apprenticeship or whatever, or you go to the military. And in his case, he went to the military, and quite often that can be a smart career move because they will put you through the university educational system while you're paying for your cadetship or whatever through the system. And so he became some sort of physics engineer, as I believe he's explained it. A lot of people say he was working in McDonald's flipping burgers. I don't know about that. And he banged his knee on the oven. But his story is he's banged his knee on some sort of other oven, and he's some sort of nuclear engineer. He knows all the shit. And as a result of his injury, this is why now he went to become a professional gamer, making YouTube videos talking about games, and eventually decided, some person made my little kid cry for being told that the Earth is flat when they all believe it's a globe. And so he thought he could fight the stupidity with his channel, and this is what he's doing. This is his fight back to somebody who made his little boy cry. And yeah, I don't believe that's a good thing to do, to make little kids cry, but you know, little kids have to grow up too. I mean, I regretted the day when my little girl, 6 years old, maybe even 5, when I admitted to her that Santa Claus wasn't real. She cried a bit, and I said, I'm sorry, but yeah, it's just a little story that we tell children. And she wasn't happy about it, but her older brother and sister both looked in sympathy, and they were like looking at me saying, Dad, why would you tell her that? And I was like, why would I lie to my own little girl? So every now and then you just have to suck it up and tell the truth, no matter how much it hurts. It's better to do it now than to sustain the lie for years and years and years, until the point where then they look at you and say, well, why were you lying to me for all those years? And I can honestly say to her, I didn't lie to you for all those years. I told you as soon as you're old enough to understand, Santa Claus isn't real. Meanwhile, Craig now is still defending his son, who was 9 at the time, so he must be like 15, 16 or something by now, growing up, and he's still trying to defend him and tell him, don't worry, son, the Earth is still a spinning space ball hurtling through space. I will protect you. Don't let those idiot flat earthers corrupt your mind. Keep believing, keep believing. That's the mentality of this dude. He's still trying to protect his children from the cold, harsh truth of reality. And he's roped in this old man, this dude in a hat. Let's have another listen to what they got to say.
These people are trying to revoke the Enlightenment. They
Gravity! I feel like saying that to him so much, because the amount of times that Craig has used that when I'm in the middle of just a decent discussion, and this fucking old dickhead, hillbilly cocksucker from the 80s has come in and go, gravity! Haven't you ever heard of gravity? You fucking moron! Gravity! Jesus crikey. I sorry I went a little bit over the top there, but it has to be done. Is he what? We're at 6:55. Let's just go back to 6. What? Come on. This is not a real good program for this. 6:21. Oh, still got
I'm packing peanuts around it, and suddenly his magic stopped. That was amazing.
One more time.
Yeah, but people like him, and you and I think it's important to, even though we have fun doing it, obviously, it is important to counter the amount of stupid misinformation that's out there, right? Like you said when we were talking before, it makes you angry, and it makes me mad as well.
Well, these people are trying to revoke the Enlightenment. They want us to go back.
These people are trying to revoke the Enlightenment. Oh, man. Oh, fuck me. These people are trying to revoke the Enlightenment. What Copernicus gave us and said, oh, we're on a spinning space ball hurtling around the sun. Is that the Enlightenment? Or was it Einstein saying mass equals energy squared the speed of light? Or it's bendy space-time? Is that the Enlightenment that we're trying to revoke? Mr. Old Desert File fucker? Come on, man. What are you actually saying here? What age of enlightenment? We're still striving so hard to even come close to crawling out of the fucking mud, you idiot. God.
2,000 years.
Or
farther.
What? So the age of enlightenment was 2,000 years. That's the time of Christ. So Christ was the age of enlightenment. Or you're saying it's the ancient Greeks who were measuring shadows of sticks. They were the dudes that brought the age of enlightenment. That made no sense, Mr. Desertpedo, or whatever you call yourself again.
The they constantly say about, oh, well, the ancients knew that the Earth was flat and things. I'm like, well, what you mean the ancients that aren't here anymore?
What, you mean the same ones that gave us the shadows of sticks argument, Craig? Is that the ones you're talking about? The ones that you keep appealing to the whole time? Oh, we've seen the boats go over the horizon. I believe that was Aristotle, was it not? Aristotle was the one that said the Earth's shadow covers the moon during a lunar eclipse. And his third one was that the stars change as we travel. That's the age of enlightenment that you're talking about. And now, in the same breath, you are saying that age is the
Well, yeah.
that's what he's saying it is. That they weren't enlightened, and yet they're claiming it was. But we now today talking about those people from 2,000 years ago saying, well, maybe they didn't know shit. We're destroying that age of enlightenment by using modern technology, the digital camera, digital cameras up on helium balloons looking over the entire Earth that isn't moving, that's flat and level and always rises to the eye level of the camera. It's let's just talk about the dudes measuring shadows of sticks from 2,000 years ago and think, well, yeah, that's the age of enlightenment. But in the same breath, you're negating them. Make up your mind.
If they were so brilliant, they'd still be around.
Yeah, and how many records and copies do we have of Aristophanes' books that he wrote, or scrolls, or scraps of papyrus? He was a head librarian. Surely some would have survived. Oh, no doubt it was all destroyed in the Great Fire of Alexandria. Well, we have to put up with that. But at the same time, they're the same people that you're mocking. Your very own people who gave you the globe. Oh, well, let's just split the deck. Well, for this deck, yeah, that deck is true, and this half of the deck, well, they're just fucking ignorant morons, and shuffle them around again and split them again. Yeah, this one's still true. You're making no fucking sense, dude. As usual.
Yeah, we've progressed a little since then.
Thank you. I would think so.
So, the thumbnail I used was this image, which you sent me earlier because you had an idea.
You just need a little salt shaker over that.
Yeah, with this, do you want to tell people
I shouldn't make fun
what
of
you
this.
want
I
to
should
do?
just fast forward through this because it's embarrassing to them.
Well, this is a image that Ryan Maiden 1 drew for me, 2009, and I actually have that. I have that in a frame, glass frame that she sent, and it's like 3 feet by 3.5 or 4 feet.
Well, that's really important.
I was going to put it back behind me here, but
put it back behind you, mate.
But
do that.
She drew that, and I asked her if she would send one to me, or send it to me. So she packed it up and sent the whole thing. So I thought it was such a cool image that I was going to make mouse pads with that image on it. I have a heater thingy. I don't know what you call it.
I got a heater thingy.
Sublimation heater. Anyhow, I can transfer images to mouse pads. And this evening, I wanted to show a mouse pad that was completed. And I thought it would be cool to give away to whoever donated the highest super chat. I wanted to give to that person a mouse pad, but I can't show it to people. So.
I didn't mean around Christmas.
It will look like this, which is an amazing image, and obviously, I think I might even get that tattooed on me. Who knows?
I'm not really paying too much attention to the.
Now, obviously, guys,
hang on. Did you hear that? Oh, I'm not really paying too much attention to the live chat, but I'm trying to, if I can. But I'm just here to have fun and rip the shit out of this. Guy's already had his arsehole rip the shit out. He was in the Navy after all that many times. I really got to hear that one more time. might have gone too far, but
I have
unfortunately,
a heater thingy. I don't know
that was the image
what you call it. Sublimation heaters. Anyhow, I can transfer images to mouse pads.
Sliding
and this evening, I wanted to show a mouse pad that was completed.
I just want to hear Craig say this one more time.
And I thought it would be cool to give away to whoever donated the highest super chat. I wanted to give to that person by the way, a mouse pad, but I can't show it to people.
Mouse pad.
Well, it will look like this.
That's it. I have to pause it there again. So he's got the salt shaker. Sorry, I can't help myself. And listen to what Craig has to say about this. This is what he wants to get tattooed onto his left cheek.
Which is an amazing image. And obviously, I think I might even get that tattooed on me. Who knows?
Gold, gold, gold. I might even get that tattooed onto me. Who knows? This is the level that these globetards will go to. Pedophile, Desertphile, you are such a legend in our community. I want to get you tattooed onto my ass with gravity because I really want to feel the weight of it as it's pounded into me every time when I get back onto my naval warship with the boys.
Now, obviously, guys, sending super chats is something, it's completely up to you.
You never ask for super chats, do you, Craig? You would never do that. Oh, God, no. God, no. You would never ask people to send you super chats. Oh, what did you say? I'll send you super chats to me.
You never have to give money to this channel to watch the things that I do. I try to make sure that all my content is never put behind a paywall.
Which is why I'm just doing this for commentary purposes, because at least 60% or more of my commentary about your begging for money is obviously not breaking the copyright rules, because fuck yeah.
But that's an amazing offer from Desertphile. So if you want to get your hands on a mouse pad with that amazing image, then send a super chat and ask Desertphile a question or something, and whoever sends the highest super chat will get hold of your address and we'll get you that mouse pad. Thank you very much, Desertphile, for offering to do that. That's amazing. That'll be a one-of-a-kind article that is an amazing thing to own. And in your honor, being here, we have actually created a new emoji for the chat. So if anyone's a member, because everyone gives me so many members, there's a lot of members here, spam the gravity emoji in the chat in honor of Desertphile. There we go. So thank you very much. That's a really, really nice thing to do.
Yeah, I thought that icon was pretty darn cool.
Absolutely. Right, so we brought you here to talk about the Kaleb debate. Oh.
Yeah.
You can take it like a queen.
So, what are your thoughts?
Well, I wanted to explain to you and to everybody else why you got your ass kicked all over YouTube by Kaleb.
At least the Desert Pedophile, dude, he gets right into him straight away. I can appreciate that. Good on you, Desert dude. Yeah, why did you get your ass kicked, Craig? Because the dudes that you're relying on in your Discord chat and your earphones and all the rest who are constantly there coaching you and schooling you, you just can't keep up with it all. Even, some of the most anally retentive people can sometimes have problems listening to it all at once. But you got your ass handed to you because you're on the losing side of the dumb side of the argument. Kaleb has reached the stage like the next generation would obviously do, as it's inevitable, is that when the truth reaches a certain stage, then the next generation grasps it. And they look at the previous generation as a bunch of dumb, ignorant people. But those ones who are in the older generation, such as myself, I'm not necessarily the spring chicken that I might appear to be, don't get me wrong. But I've grasped the new knowledge as it came to me. And I'm actually sort of like helping guide the next generation into understanding the true reality of the nature of reality. So Craig got his ass handed to him because he's not willing to adjust with the times as the scientific method declares. that when new truths come to light, then the scientific understanding of stuff adjusts and moves with it. He's still trying desperately to hang on to his grandfather's spinning space ball belief.
Kaleb in that debate.
Okay, let me have it.
It was the problem was you showed up with facts, information, education, and reality.
Okay, so let's just sort through that a bit. Facts. Okay, so what are facts? A fact is a fact whether you believe in it or not. Truth is not a democracy. You either have the truth or you don't. So if you show up with something that's just believed in by the bandwagon fallacy, as they call it, where the majority believe in it, then it's not a fact. So you've showed up with a bunch of stuff that a bunch of idiots believe. So you haven't showed up with facts. And I've already forgotten what the next one was. So that's what you get. Let's see if we can take it back just as we squiz. Let's see if we got that.
Debate. Oh.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts?
Well, I wanted to explain to you and to everybody else why you got your ass kicked all over YouTube by Kaleb in that debate.
Okay, let me have it.
It was the problem was you showed up with facts, information, education, and reality.
Information, education, and reality. Okay, so you could probably put facts and information in the same ballpark. Information is just where you've been informed of something. And so if they believe it's a fact, you've been informed. The education, well, then that's the indoctrination side of it, isn't it? So if you've had a particular number of facts informed to you, indoctrinated hard enough into you, then that is going to then shape your understanding of reality. So that's what Craig has brought to it. He's been the perfect example of prime British indoctrination brought into the debate and thinking that that is the version of reality. Whereas on the other hand, you've got the young, up-and-coming whippersnapper, young Kaleb, who has learned a lot of the things are a load of bullshit. And so that's obviously why they're debating. You've got the challenge. So you've got the indoctrinated side, and then you've got the challenging side, which the challenging side doesn't necessarily have that foundation to stand upon because it's still new. It's still challenging the old system. So Craig is there on the one hand, the indoctrinated, educated side, and then you got the challenge, which is the scientific side. The scientific side is the challenge, to challenge the paradigm that we're currently understanding. So this is why he got his ass handed to him, because he's not willing to understand that there could be an alternative way of understanding and comprehending the reality that we've been presented with. And there's always going to be an alternative. Doesn't matter what side you come from. Doesn't matter what your level of intellectualism is. You could be the dumbest person on the street, but that dumbest person on the street knows how to survive on the street, where the smartest person, if he was put in that position, wouldn't last a day. So intelligence, in a sense, is relative as well. It all relates to the position you have in the structure of society. Like everything is related. And in this sense, we're all thrust upon the same field of reality. And so depending on what privileges we may have inherited or been granted or got from one source or another, we're all still dealing in the same nature of reality. And so with that, I think we should listen.
Most of all, honesty. And that was a huge mistake because Kaleb was free to use his imagination as much as he wanted. He was.
And as far as I'm concerned, yes, you can still be honest. You can still be dead set honest, even if you believe in something false, because you are being honest about your belief in that false thing. So you're not necessarily lying just because you are pursuing the path of truth as you believe it to be. And that's what I think most of these Globers are doing, is that they believe it so strongly that they believe they're being honest. So we can't say they're necessarily being dishonest and liars, except in the case of Craig, who is very obviously a liar. But in most cases, we can understand that these people are just so intellectually inept that they genuinely believe what they're saying, so they're not lying. They're just wrong.
Was free to lie, deceive, connive, cherry pick, and most of all, gaslight the shit out of you. So
the gaslighting was powder. I could taste it.
I'm sure you could. You've probably still got the salt shaker there.
It was so bloody funny every time, like he would say something absolutely made absolutely no sense at all, just babbling pseudoscience bullshit, and then he would ask it as a question and then expect you to answer that question, and when you sought clarification, he feigned astonishment that you were just so stupid that you couldn't possibly answer such a simple question, and he did that over and over and over again.
That's the way you do it. You just have to keep drumming it into these globetards like Craig. He's just like, you just look at his facial expression. I just believe so strongly that my globe is real. Anybody who dares challenge it, I can't hear it. It doesn't exist. I'm too busy looking at my Discord, and someone will support me and tell me the right thing to say. Look at him. He's just, he's a sad, pathetic little man. This James Randi over here, it's quite telling.
And I think I hurt myself laughing.
I was holding myself back. I was holding myself back for I was trying so hard not to just burst into hysterics, because it was like talking to someone who had read a physics book and just picked out a few words, and for some reason would just randomly say one of those words and ask me to explain it completely out of context. And I'm like, why? None of that matters. It was painful.
It's like no scientist.
I just have to read a quick comment here. Who put that stupid fucking heart in the way? I don't know. That screen behind FTFE is that, get that part out, is mesmerizing so much more interesting than him. And that's actually one of the tricks that these people do, is that it's the same as what they do on the news and whatever. They have all this background stuff or banners going over and under and all the rest. So the more you're distracted by what's actually going on, is that the subliminal stuff of what they're actually saying, actually, you're hearing it, but you're not hearing it. And that's like, he would be far more interesting if he got rid of that fucking stupid background, mesmerizing lava screen bullshit. But he has to have that because that's part of his image. You have to have this image to keep your audience brainwashed. I mean, I know I've got a few images behind me, but I don't have this lava background and this spinning other background behind me and all this movement that they're doing in the news and the drama and boom, boom, boom. That's how brainwashing works. And Craig is not only a victim of it, he's a participant in it. He is actively promoting and being a part of it. And that's probably why he is being so successful, because that's how it works. When you're being actively promoted as part of the PSYOP, you will be successful. And for all the people that admire you and respect that, they're going to think, hey, he must be good at what he does. Otherwise, why would everybody else be following him? I'll follow the crowd, because that's what the sheep do. Everybody wants to follow the crowd. If that guy's successful, oh, this YouTube contributor, oh, well, he's got 63 million subscribers. Oh, well, he must be bloody good at what he does. And then you're watching, it's all a bunch of rot. It's like, what the fuck? Why are people so gullible to follow what's popular? You know, like, that's how brainwashing works. Nobody wants to be out of the loop, so to speak. They want to be a part of what everybody else is into. You don't want to be the odd one out, you know, when there's a crowd of people. She's wearing black and white, and today we're wearing red and green, you know. Like, geez, what a weirdo. You know, nobody wants to be that person. Everybody wants to be part. That's why they're sheep.
Says what he's insisting that scientists claim, and it was up to you personally to explain what it, you know, how does this work, and why are scientists saying this when there's no evidence?
Well, that's a whole part of a debate, isn't it? Is you present your side of the evidence, and then you challenge your opponent to say, well, then how does this work? How does it? And that's what a debate's all about. If you think that the evidence is a bunch of shit, then boom, throw it in their face and say, well, explain this. Why is that such a problem, Mr. Desertpedo?
Yeah. It's like you were trying so hard to be polite and
oh God, Craig has never once in his life ever tried to be polite. He might have acted to once or twice. You know, I've seen him when he actually debated Jaron. He actually pretended to be polite for a little bit, but it's outside of his very existence. The person who he is, the environment he grew up in, is the pommy git living in Scotland as a result of injuring himself during some sort of practice run, whatever, in the Navy. He does not know how to be polite. His very existence exists upon the fact that he's a rude, arrogant, know-it-all, trumpet-mouthed git. So to try and pretend that he could be polite when somebody's challenging him, such as somebody of the strength of Kaleb, who's very good and knowledgeable, knows what he's doing. Yeah. What are you doing? Trying to lick the crumbs out of Craig's ass cheeks or something, eh, mate? Jesus.
And I could see you were trying not to squirm. It's like I want to really yell at this person.
Oh goodness me! Yeah, I watched it back and I did notice myself visibly squirming because
because what you were visibly squirming because what you do, Craig, is you talk over everybody. And here I have the power. First time ever, because I'm watching a rerun of a video. Anytime I've tried to have a conversation with this guy, I just start trying to talk and tell my side of things. What does he do? He talks right at me every single time. In fact, I'm going to do that as my next breakdown videos. Go back to the one where we had just a couple of weeks back, mind you, and see where he says, I never talked over you. And from the moment it started, I reckon in the first half an hour, I could probably count about 50 motherfucking times when you spoke over me. Every single time. You do it, Craig, and you deny that you're doing it because you don't even realize you're doing it because you're such an arrogant little piece of shit. You do it all the time.
I find it very hard to not just be like, shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Exactly. That's exactly what you are, Craig. Yeah. You can't just sit there and say, okay, I'm going to listen to you and hear you out. You just want to yell, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. You just nailed yourself to the fucking wall with what you just said.
You know, and a lot of the time that is how I will act. But I was there on Jaronism's channel, and I think he's a flat earther, but I think he's a good moderator, and he is trying to be unbiased. And I want to be invited back to be able to debate more flat earthers there. So I'm trying to be well behaved. But
he's trying to be well behaved. Yeah, it'd be the first time in your life, Craig. You're so used to being such the spoilt little fucking brat in your own little world where you can just talk over everybody. In fact, when you go back way back to those few years back when I attempted to try and have some civil discourse with you, you were even sitting there with your keyboard making fucking animal noises over me when I'm talking, pigs noises, all the rest, and then you'd laugh. Oh, you seem to have some noises in your background. It's like, you're a piece of shit, Craig. That's what you are. You're a human piece of excrement. You're the worst of the worst. We've never seen any worse than you. And now you're trying to say, oh, I'm trying so hard just to try and be a nice person. You're the boy that cried wolf. You're a little fucking piece of shit.
Kaleb was acting as though I was over talking him and
acting as though you were over talking him because you're over talking him. I don't think that's acting, Craig. That is exactly what you do all the time.
Interrupting. And then just every now and then, randomly, he'd start like going, "Ha! You keep over talking me. I want a minute to talk." And I'm like, I didn't say anything.
Yeah. I'm innocent. I didn't do nothing. Your Honor. I was just talking over him, but it wasn't me. It was Dolly. You fucking lying piece of shit.
I thought he did most of the talking. Plus, you were a guest. It wasn't your channel, so you did have to behave. But
oh, yeah, see that. So he's already making excuses for Craig. Oh, well, yeah, it's not your channel, so you do have to behave. Oh, damn, look at Craig. He's going, fucking hell, he busted me. Oh, damn, he really saw right through me. Oh, yeah, it wasn't my channel. I can do whatever I want. I can be the biggest prick in the world because you're on Jaren's channel. Look at that look on your face, Craig. Look at that. That is you admitting, if you had to shut your fucking mouth for once in your life, you absolute piece of shit. Look at that look. I just want to leave that pause there. In fact, I might even go to the beer and get another fridge. I might even go to the fridge and get another beer. While we pause, looking at that face, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Right, yeah. Thank goodness the beer had plenty of fridges. We'll just pour one. Oh, we're still looking at that face. Look at that face. The Muppet of all Muppets. Oh, this one's a little bit fizzy. It's going to be a little bit too fizzy. You do get some like that occasionally. That's not what I'd call a successful beer. I'd say there's possibly contaminants in this one. More than likely, fruit fly eggs sometimes get on the side of the bottle before you get a chance to bottle it. That's a bugger. Oh well. Looks like we'll have to drink up. Right here. So where were we at, Craig? Where were you at with your peasant file?
Kaleb had no scruples at all in misbehaving. So
No. And he is all over Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, playing pigeon chess, telling everyone how much he eviscerated me in debate, even though the only evidence he gave was a satire article. And then he gave it again.
Okay, so let me get this straight. This guy you're talking to here, James Randi, or Desertpedo, whatever you call him, he's a legend because of some comedy skit file that people use all the time. But if Kaleb uses some sort of comedy skit, we should denigrate him for that. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Craig? Is it? And Craig, can you hear me? Look at him. What a weasel. What a weasel.
I noticed when you brought that up, you mentioned, hey, that's a satire. He changed the subject, and then he would go back to the satire article.
Yeah. So you, Mr. Desertpedo, whatever, your gravity. That's not satire. That was actually science, was it? Is this what we're coming to expect from our best scientists, our best debunkers of the way the world is, or understood, or whatever he's trying to do? I don't even know what he's trying to do here. Actually, just having a little wank fest. But if somebody uses satire to get their point across, then completely invalid, right? Is that what you guys are saying?
And then you would mention it again. Hey, that's satire, and then he would ignore that. And like I have yet to meet a young Earth creationist who's actually honest.
He's yet to meet a young Earth creationist who's actually honest. Well, okay, well, I got no problem with that. Like, I don't believe in a young Earth creation. What's a young Earth creationist? I don't believe in that anyway. So that's all good, well and good. A lot of people, but they're entitled to their beliefs. If that's what they want to believe and they feel strongly enough about it, I don't see the point of just going around and mocking them and ridiculing them if that's what they want to believe. My problem is when we get dickheads like you guys fighting and ridiculing my belief. I believe the earth is flat. I believe it's stationary. I believe we've seen no evidence of it moving, twirling, whirling, hurtling around the sun. I've seen no evidence of any of that sort of stuff, and that's my belief. And I think that I should be entitled to have my belief with dignity and respect. But when we get clowns like you just sitting there ridiculing us, thinking we're the lowest of intellectual integrity in the existence, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it, if you think you're living in a spinning space ball through the universe, I don't believe that anymore. I believe that the earth is our existence. It's reality. It's what we got. It's what we're dealt. That's what we're dealing with. And you're mocking us for having a greater understanding of our existence upon this reality, while you're out there with these airy-fairy ideas of twirling and whirling through outer space on the outside of some sort of circular or spherical oblate spheroid spaceship hurtling through a vacuum of space. I think that's the utter height of insanity. But I respect your right to believe it, and I wouldn't attack you for it, except for the fact that you're attacking me for my belief of understanding reality as it exists. And so I will attack the fucking shit out of you as a self-defense.
So
yeah, I think to be a flat earther and a young earth creationist and, these kind of science denying people, there has to be an element of dishonesty there.
What? Yes. Oh, you summed it up for yourself there, Craig. There has to be an element of dishonesty in that. There, we're not denying science, man. Not a single one of us flat earthers deny science. We deny pseudoscience. That's the difference. You believe pseudoscience. You're a religious faith believer in stuff that can't be proven. And when you then inject your opinion of dishonesty, I really want to hear that one little quote again. Let's just see if I can rewind. I'm not that great at rewinding here. No, that's too far. We'll try from there.
Yeah, like
I've gone too far.
I
I'm
have
sorry,
yet
man.
to
I'll just
meet
speak over
a
Maybe I can
young
turn
Earth
it down.
creationist who's actually honest. So
Let's see if we can get to it.
Yeah,
in
I
a sec.
think to be a flat earther and a young Earth
There we go. There we go. Let's turn it back up again.
creationist and, you know, these kind of science denying people, there has to be an element of dishonesty there.
There we go. It's science denying people. Like, okay. As a flat earther, I can say, by observing the science, I can see that the water is flat and level. That's science. So how am I denying science? By trying to convince people that it's actually curved over a ball, and then when it reaches eye level at the horizon, that is a point of curvature, where then it starts curving back down again for reasons unknown. And if I got higher and higher, well, the horizon still extends further and further, flat and level. How is that science denying, Craig? I believe that is actual science integrity, trusting your eyes, trusting what we see, trusting how we do the scientific method. And there you are saying that we're using a level of dishonesty. I believe you are probably projecting just a little bit too strongly there, young little whippersnapper with the fucking dick on his head.
Because you have to ignore the facts. You physically have to just ignore what is reality, and that requires lying, especially just to yourself directly.
I'm wondering, maybe he feels that since he's doing his God's work, that it is justified to misrepresent what he believes his enemies are.
No. No, Mr. James Randi, Desert Pedophile, is that the enemies present themselves as they are, as the most dishonest, inept, pseudo-scientific people imaginable. That they can project all they like to try and tell us that we're anti-scientific, we're not following the scientific method, but that's exactly what the flat earth is doing. We use every scientific method available at our disposal to try and debunk ourselves, man. That's how we become flat earthers. We never wanted to be flat earthers. So when you stick to your old paradigm and believe you live on a spinning space ball, despite the evidence, you're the dishonest little one. You're the one denying reality. You're the pseudoscientist. Keep up, man. Keep up, you old crescent.
He mentioned that people who believe, who accept a spherical Earth, he called those people atheists.
Yeah. Like everybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe, automatically doesn't believe in God, which is
right now. I have to pause it here because we're delving into very deep, dark territory here. Most of them do, because if you have to believe in the spherical spinning spaceball Earth, then it basically, as a result of being the church people the ones who gave it to us in the first place, following Copernicus, who actually tried to say we weren't living on a spinning spaceball because the whole idea was absurd, was encouraged by the Pope. And they promote, what's the word? They published, that's the word, they published his works 2 years after his death, same as they do with most of these people who actually say anything but what was said in their name. Even Captain Cook, his works took 2 years before they could turn that into a spinning space ball as well. So you got the the Copernicus, and then you've got this Dr. Lemaitre, I believe his name was, in the 1927 or something, who on the strength of this spinning space ball then back engineered the whole idea that potentially the universe came from the Big Bang, which is the whole point of it. And the result of that means the Big Bang says we don't need a God. It's not because we want that or we're denying or whatever, but the whole point of the Big Bang is saying that the universe came into existence by itself, by accident, all through the mechanisms of the material world of this and that and chemical shit, mixing and bonding and doing it for no reason, no particular reason whatsoever, until eventually conscious life form existed, until we are here, right now, debating this very thing. And that's the Big Bang method. On the other side of it, we've got the whole idea is, well, maybe intelligence has to come from intelligence. Life comes from life, not from destruction. Like that bowling ball method you used with the stick of dynamite in it. You didn't even want to talk about it any further. You just said, well, as a result of that dynamite in the stick in a bowling ball, the universe turned itself into perfectly spherical things orbiting one another in perpetual motion forever and ever and ever. Amen. So your religion is far, far deeper into the chaotic belief of nothing producing everything than ours, which says you need an intelligent designer to create something that's going to work functionally. It's the only way it works. I could sit around the campfire for years and years, centuries and centuries, millennia after millennia, with me and my mates, looking at the campfire, just waiting for a phone to appear in my hand so now we can finally text each other, and we can put that down to evolution because, eventually it was inevitable. The phone is going to revolve itself. That's not how it works. That came from those room-sized computers, got smaller and smaller and smaller. Everything eventually refined itself through intelligent design into what we've got here and now, which is why we can hear each other right here, right now. I did press play. What's happened?
Ridiculous, because MC Toon is
MC Toon. So he's appealing to MC Toon. Now, this guy is the most despicable person on the face of God's earth. I can tell you that from personal experience. All my experiences with this MC Toon is he's dishonest, he's deceitful, he's despicable in every sense of the word, and anybody who's had anything to do with him knows that I'm telling the God's honest truth. So you, MC Toon, you are just, by example, you can look at Craig's 500th or something, whatever it was, live stream, and watch what MC Toon does and says to yours truly. He is the lowest of the low, but just like the most pure of the scum, he's risen to the top. So he's the top of the scum. That's MC Toon for you.
Oh, a well-known Christian.
No, he's not. He's not a Christian. A Christian does not go around stabbing people in the back. If a Christian, if you're going to confront somebody and have an altercation, you will take it out face to face. You do not go around to every opportunity where another Christian might have an opportunity to present himself and argue their case and go and put shit on your opponent that's not even true in the first place. MC Toon is the lowest of the low of the low, and he's not a Christian. You can call yourself a Christian. That's exactly what a snake would do. I'm a Christian. But the snake behind that sock puppet he's putting up, you got to look out for him. He is the most deceitful, horrible person. Worse than you, Craig. Makes you look like a saint.
And he is also one of the most well-known flat Earth debunkers.
That was... I laughed probably harder at that than his gaslighting. That was just... it's so dishonest and it's so perfidious, and he knows damn well he's doing that.
He knows damn well he's doing that. That's right.
Like he must justify it to himself somehow. I can't imagine how.
Well said, pedophile.
I'm not religious, so
Yeah. No, so from watching his performance, do you think he's genuine? Like, do you think he's actually a flat earther that really believes the things that he's saying, or is this all an act he's putting on for some reason?
So this is an interesting question. So the globe earthers are desperately looking for some sort of excuse to say why all these up and coming flat earthers, and there's more and more of them all the time. And Kaleb is actually, he's one of the best. I didn't really particularly take to him that much when he started his TikTok stuff, and I saw a lot of it. I just looked at him and was like, he's telling a lot of truth, but the way they go about it on the TikTok, not my cup of tea, but each their own. And if it's serving the purpose of spreading the truth, that's all well and good. But to question whether he's true or not, this is what they're doing now. So he's gonna what's he gonna do? Going to invoke a body language expert. Craig, your body language gives you away all the time. You're sitting there doing this, and then you look back at the camera and say, I'm so innocent. I didn't do nothing. I'm just, you're busted 100%. You've been coached. You're a liar. You're the worst of them all. And now you're trying to question a young person who, people these days have to find new ways of making a living, and that's fine. And so using the modern media, whatever we have to do to try and survive in today's day and age, well, it's an honest living. So let's listen to what they say now.
I would give that even money. I would not choose either.
So even if this guy was the great Randy, which he's obviously not, he's still been honest enough to say, I'll give him even money.
I think that he knows damn well that he's spewing bullshit, and whether he's doing it for out of religious piousness or just for attention or something like that, it's hard for me to tell. I mean, I can't,
Well, there we go. So at least Desertpedo here is reasonably honest. He don't know. And credit where it's due, He's not here to particularly put down somebody out of personal bias. He's just honest enough to admit he doesn't know. And I will respect that. That's a fair enough assessment. You don't know. It's a 50-50 because you don't want to believe he's honest. But if you did want to believe, then you'd probably say, oh, well, he's 80% true or 90% or even 100% true. But because you don't want to believe, but you can't help but accept that he's being so honest, you have to at least give him the 50-50 chance, don't you? Which is what somebody already imbued with personal bias, all that sort of stuff, would be forced to do, to say, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
I would say 50-50.
I've got a couple of people that follow me that are like body language experts and stuff, and one of them left quite a long comment talking about the whole debate. And
see, there we go. I've got a few people that follow me who are body language experts. It's like if they just look at that, they say, fucking hell, Craig, you are such a queer. But, who am I to judge? We're all body language experts, mate. Like, just because you might be getting paid to do it, to be a body language expert, doesn't mean we're not all body language experts. In fact, that's what I said before about the man on the street who is not a trained professional. He is even better at the body language, far better. He's the expert. And looking at you, Craig, you're the epitome of the utter liar.
And they were paying very close attention to the way he was acting, and basically they said that the whole thing was performative. That there wasn't much truth to not just his words, but his body language, the way he put himself across the entire thing, this, according to this body language expert, was a complete performance. And looking back at the debate, I can see that.
Look at you.
Well, yeah. Well, it was definitely
body
a
language
performance that he had practiced and he's polished, and it looked like he had done it many, many, many times.
Yeah.
So he didn't actually have to think about what he was saying and doing.
Which is exactly what everybody who is rehearsed at what they're doing and speaking like a professional would do. You know, why would you want to appear like an absolute amateur and turn up to a debate when you're debating somebody like Craig, who is the penultimate professional of trying to fight the flat earth? You know, like, how rehearsed is he? I've seen him rehearse off bloody equations of things they don't even know what he's talking about. And there's a square root of Edith, you know, blah, blah, blah. He's so full of it. He's rehearsing. He's an actor. And yet a young up-and-comer who was telling the truth about things, well, of course, he might have rehearsed it often enough so that it can come off the top of your head, because that's what happens when you know the truth. You think about the truth. You talk about the truth. Eventually, all that can come out of your mouth is the truth. But if you've done the other side of things and you're a fucking liar and you want to deny the truth and you're an expert at denying the truth, then you're going to do the same thing. And that's exactly what Craig is. So while you're here defending Craig, Mr. Desert File, I don't understand at the same time, but then you're attacking young Kaleb, who was understood and rehearsed and practiced so well that he can roll it off his tongue. It's the ultimate height of hypocrisy.
Just came out naturally.
Yeah.
So
he's got
it
so
was
many
a
videos
performance.
on, yeah, he's got so many videos on TikTok, you know, where he just says these things over and over and over that he doesn't have to think about saying them. And I think that's why a lot of people were saying that he seemed very confident. And that's because it is things that he's just said so many times, so he can say them with that performance confidence. And
coming from you, Craig, that is hilarious. Coming from you, who just spouts it out, rolls off your tongue, that is hilarious. But I guess it takes an expert to know an expert.
You know, it almost seemed legitimate, but when you actually scrutinize the things that he's saying, it's clear he doesn't understand anything that he's actually speaking.
Okay, so now you're expressing your personal opinion about it. Whereas when I see what Kaleb is speaking, I actually think he was actually telling exactly what he understands very fully well, and that is why it rolls off so well and naturally, because when you understand something, it's far easier to speak the truth than it is to tell a lie. And so that's why it just comes off. So you might be wrong and think you're right, and it will roll off just as easily as it does with you, because you are so wrong about everything you ever freaking say. But when it came to, say, Kaleb, he was telling the truth as he's come to learn to understand it, and it rolls off because it gels. It gels with the truth. It comes out, and that's how it works, Craig, and that is why your fight of the flat earth is losing, why you have to bring in this old geriatric dude from out in the desert somewhere who made his claim to fame from 14 years ago. Oh, gravity, fucking gravity, you fucking morons. That's all you've got is this old geriatric fart to try and back you up, because you are getting your ass handed to you left, right, and fucking center from the truth, which will never go away. You are getting thrashed.
About.
Yeah, that's why I said he kicked your ass.
There you go. Even Desert File says you got your ass kicked. You stupid Scottish pommy fucking wanker.
you actually had to think, and he didn't. So it's like,
So my mistake was going in there, being honest, and giving evidence.
yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Damn it. Right, I remember that for next time. I'll just be a complete cunt and lie.
What you mean? What you do always do, Craig? You're finally admitting that's what you always do. You be a complete cunt and lie. Is that what you're saying, Craig? Oh God, I'm definitely taking that bun back.
So my mistake was going in there, being honest, and giving evidence.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Damn it. Right, I remember that for next time. I'll just be a complete cunt and lie all the time.
Yeah, go back to your usual standards, Craig. That's exactly what you do all the time.
Well, learn how to tap dance, maybe, and like, yeah, you were grossly handicapped by honesty and reality.
Grossly handicapped by honesty and reality. Good on you. I like this guy all of a sudden. Thank you, Desert File. Oh no. Don't do that. I went to click the play and where were we up to? About 30 something. Fuck. Went to hit play and I moved it right back to the start. Damn it. We'll try at 32 and see what happens.
We now know the twisting and bending of space-time, the around mass.
Or Felicia.
We know this. I mean, it's not a guess anymore.
Damn it.
Einstein's general relativity.
Damn it, I went too far. Let's try and take it back. We'll see what happens at 30.
Probably. And of course, if it's on Google, then it's real, right?
No, we went that far. We'll go back further. Shit, sorry about that. 29.11 wouldn't be far enough. 27.56. That's
G
right.
and science. And there is still this, need to hold on to religion.
No, we're further back than that shit. Man, I feel bad now.
To hell if I don't do what they say.
Of course not, Craig. You're a legend.
I genuinely thought he didn't understand what a frame of reference was when he started.
No, well, of course you wouldn't. Okay. I wonder, maybe it wasn't even 20 minutes through it. Let's try 19.
Kick your ass. Because you actually had to think, and he didn't. So it's like...
So my mistake was going in there, being honest, and giving evidence.
Right. We'll go from there.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Right, I remember that for next time. I'll just be a complete cunt and lie all the time.
Yeah, well, Craig, like you always
learn how to tap dance, maybe, and like, yeah, you were grossly handicapped by honesty and reality.
20.
Damn it.
And he saw absolutely no reason at all to be honest. I couldn't detect a single thing that he was honest about.
So we're seeing some personal prejudice now from a professional body language analyst. Oh, hang on, no, he's actually claimed to fame is the legend of being the guy that says gravity. Don't you know about fucking gravity, you fucking moron? That's his claim to fame. And so now he's a body language expert. He says he couldn't say anything honest. Well, when you're dealing with somebody like Craig, for example, well, sometimes some of that dirt might rub off onto you, and it might appear that way because sometimes you do have to sink down to their level to deal with them. Yeah,
no, like he spewed. What am I?
What are you doing, pedophile? I mean, Desertpedo, you spewed on your shirt. That's a bit sad. And, wipe it up, mate. Carry on.
He asked something about Damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ah,
Pendulum and Wyatt. Oh, he talked about the ether.
pendulum. No, damn. Oh, ether.
Yeah.
And how that was
Um,
how we know that it's the
uh,
Earth rotating and not the ether rotating around the fixed disk or something.
the thick or something. God damn it, man. Like, honestly, anybody who understands the basic flat Earth model knows that the sun and the celestials are rotating around above us, and that itself is going to be creating some sort of energetic force that is going to cause things that are unattached like a pendulum to react to it. It's pretty straightforward. You know, it's not magic. You're not the Mr. Magic Randy or whatever you call yourself who thinks you're debunking reality. God, very sad. Very sad.
And he said he asked it as a question, but it was actually an assertion that he had made.
What
And
question?
so, of course, you asked for clarification, and Kaleb sat there for a few seconds, pretending to be astonished, and then he said, "Are you joking?" It's like,
Yeah, because I asked him to clarify what he's on about, because he just says words that don't, you know, it's not even like it's the same sentence that he's getting these words
That's the
from.
gravity guy.
And it's very hard to have a conversation with someone when it's like you're talking to someone that's turning 2 pages at a time, you know.
yeah,
You know.
well,
When he was talking about relativity,
you want to talk, Craig? How about when I was discussing with you the other day when we're talking about sidereal time, and we're talking about the 24-hour rotation of the hour hand of the sun above us, which is exactly like an hour hand, and the sundial. And you started saying, well, that's the reason why we have daylight saving is because of sidereal time and that 4-hour minute. You know, you got your ass handed to you on that one. But what did you do? You didn't even let me speak and finish my next part of it because you were so attached to your Discord channel of all the people schooling you who told you, you're wrong, Craig, you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're a fuckwit, you don't know shit. You really think that the sidereal day and the daylight savings has anything to do with one another? No, you were so wrong. And you wouldn't even let me finish, even though I was still trying to pound you into the ground as I do. Because you had to admit and say, I'm sorry, I apologize, I was wrong about that. Now, how would anybody in that short amount of time readily admit they were so wrong about something that they just claimed unless they were being schooled by a whole bunch of other people saying, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. You know, the only way you could have done that, you proved, Craig, you proved that you were being schooled. You cannot debate. You are being coached the whole time, just like all the other fake globe Earth proponents. Not a single one of you can debate one-on-one. None of you. Every single one of you. That's why Professor Dave won't debate. Simon Dan won't debate. You debate because you know you got your whole school of fucking thousands of other people there in your Discord giving you all the answers straight away and hoping that you might get one or two of them randomly correct. And you did the same thing in that same debate with Kaleb. You were busted talking. And what did you say? Somebody just said something about my sound being and you could see your body language, mate. We're body language experts too. Every human is a body language expert. We know you were fucking lying. So anyway.
And he was talking about when Einstein wrote the letter about Ernest Mach, and they were talking about how if there was this rotating shell, would there be a transfer of motion and everything? And you know, the entire thing is just purely hypothetical. There's no practical applications to any of this. There wasn't even any maths or anything. It was like they were just having a hypothetical conversation. And then he demanded that I include this hypothetical thing in the experiment of Foucault's pendulum. If I didn't isolate for this thing that doesn't exist and is just a hypothesis, then I can't. No, it's not that. And that threw me for a loop because I genuinely didn't know how to respond to that level of stupidity.
It threw you through a loop, Craig, because you're so indebted or imbued in your belief of how Foucault's pendulum works. And this is one I wish I knew. I didn't even think to use it against you in the discussions we've had about Foucault's pendulum, apart from everything else and about the mole reversing during the eclipses and all the rest, is that even the one in the Pantheon in France takes about 31.8 hours to make a rotation. How the fuck does that even match the Earth's rotation when everywhere on the Earth it only rotates once per 24 hours? The Foucault's pendulum is just anyway, not my argument, not my circus.
Yeah, that was one of the many instances where I thought I would hurt myself laughing. So you mentioned that Einstein later mentioned that if there was such an effect, it would be so insignificant that, why include it in any of the math? And Kaleb just like whoosh right over his head, didn't address that.
No.
Well, why didn't you add it?
Because it's not a real thing. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So why would you?
He seems to think relativity means that, it could just be the stars in the universe moving, because there's no way to tell if it's not. And
that is the whole point of relativity, is because you can never tell which was moving. Was it the Earth or was it the stars? And that's why, because they wanted so desperately to say that it's the Earth that's moving, they had to invent the whole theory of relativity. So, well, you can't really tell. And in a sense, it's a valid point. It's a valid point until you analyze it and say, well, if those things are moving and this isn't, let's just accept reality. Let's not reinvent the wheel or reinvent all of existence to say, well, but I want the Earth to be moving and I want it to be going around the sun. So if I invoke this idea, this theory of relative motion, then it can be possible. And that's all they've really done. They want it to be real. But that doesn't make it real. That's not the way it works. The way reality works is you observe reality, you detect and measure reality, and what you get is reality. Now, if you really, really want some other result and you have to come up with some hypothetical special theory to make it work, then that's pseudoscience. So throw it out the door, flush it down the toilet. Your pseudoscience bullshit is not reality.
On a very basic level, that is almost how you can think about relativity, but that's just purely relativity, ignoring all the other observational evidence that we've always had. If you're just taking out one little thing that he said where, isolated purely, you can't tell if it's that moving or if it's the universe moving, and completely misunderstood the entire thing that Einstein was talking about and acted like I was stupid.
That wasn't an act. You are stupid.
Yeah. It was like, how is it you can't know this? I mean, you claim to be educated. But he was bringing up like there's no other frame of reference involved. So how can you possibly know it's not the dome rotating? And it's like,
I'm struggling here to understand how this guy can even be taken seriously. This geriatric old fool just giggling like an idiot. I mean, sometimes and I'm guilty of that, I must admit. Sometimes you get extra credibility because of the fact you got a beard and a hat, whatever. Well, I'm not wearing a hat tonight, but the words he's giggling and gurgling out of his mouth here, they just sound like a bunch of gibberish. He's got no credence. He's got nothing. Yeah, geez.
Like, oh, well,
I genuinely,
it's not.
I genuinely thought he didn't understand what a frame of reference was when he started talking about frame of reference, and the way that he was describing what I should be taking into account as a frame of reference. I was like, you're not talking about frames of reference. Again, you're just using words.
I beg your pardon, Craig. I beg your pardon. I seriously beg your pardon. He's talking about frames of reference. He's not using frame of reference, or he's using his words. What the fuck are you using, Craig, to talk about frames of reference, if not words? A frame of reference is just a bunch of words stuck together, a bunch of shit. So yeah, a frame of reference. A frame of reference. Like, this is the sort of mental masturbation these globe idiots has to go through. I've got a frame of reference, and to me, it makes no fucking sense. If I got a frame of reference, let's say, example, I'm in an aeroplane and I get up to 15,000 feet, and it's one of those aeroplanes what you skydive out of, and I jump out of that frame of reference. Before very long at all, that plane is still traveling along and gone across the sky to its frame of reference, whatever that might be, until eventually it can come back down and land on the runway. Meanwhile, I'm falling through the sky. I no longer have the frame of reference I took from the aeroplane. Allegedly, I have the frame of reference I took up from the ground that the aeroplane took off with. This is what the Globers will say. I took off with this 66,600 mile per hour frame of reference of orbiting around the sun. But why did the plane, when it took off from the frame of reference, not lose that frame of reference just the same way as when I took off from the plane, lose the plane's frame of reference? But somehow the frame of reference of the Earth all move in 66,600 miles per hour. You just have to hand wave that away because that's relative. It's relative. You just pretend that that speed never existed. You don't even have to acknowledge it. It's just a frame of reference. It's frame of reference. Fucking 87 times the speed of sound. Nothing. Frame of reference. Carry on. Just stop moving. A fifth speed of sound. Drop down. Frame of reference, man. The excuses these guys go to when all you have to say is, well, if the Earth is flat and stationary, even if you don't accept it's flat, even if you just say it's stationary, then the plane, when it takes off, is going the plane speed. When you jump out of the plane, you lose that plane speed and you drop straight down, and you have to worry about any other speeds whatsoever. And Occam's razor says the explanation with the least amount of bullshit or assumptions is the most correct one. So frames of reference. Frames of fucking reference.
Mm-hmm. So, well, I think it was deliberate, of course, but I noticed that there have been religious people who object to general relativity and special relativity, because if everything is relative, then there's no moral codes to live by.
Yeah, I never understand that argument.
Okay, so they're quickly sidestepping now. They want to discuss everything but the Kaleb debate. I wonder why. Is it because you got your ass handed to you, Craig? Now you want to talk about relative morality. So, yeah, everybody can be relatively moral, but you know why? It's because it makes life a lot easier. If you're going to be a utter cunt, as Craig previously expressed that he would prefer to have been, and he obviously is, he was born an utter cunt. If you're going to be like that throughout your life, then you're going to find that there are going to be some people who are good, upstanding people who are going to say, I've had enough of this utter cunt, and you're going to do something about it. So it's a far easier way to get through life by being morally adept, that's probably the word, than it is to be morally inept. Because other people accept you far better. And so you just find it's a survival mechanism. It's got nothing to do with morals. It's got nothing to do with how you feel in your heart, even though you might want to just reach into somebody's and rip it out and bite on it a few times and chuck it to the dogs, as most of us feel like with Craig, is that you're basically doing it to go along, to get along, because you avoid the repercussions that you would get otherwise. And so let's listen to them now speak about their highly moral attitude that they can get along with without having to answer to a god.
Of you have to have like God to have morals. I mean, I know what's wrong and right. I don't need a magic sky daddy to give me a set of morals.
Well, that's not true, Craig. You definitely don't need your magic sky daddy or whatever you imagine it to be that you like to carry on about, but you don't know the difference between right and wrong, obviously, because you're still arguing in favor of your globe earth. And so right and wrong morally is a different thing from right and wrong intellectually about the understanding of the nature of reality. Two different things. And you fail utterly in the understanding of the nature of reality. Morality, you're just making excuses for how you've managed to survive in your sniveling little existence. So far, so good.
And in fact, I wouldn't want that anyway, because the way that it's put across is if you don't worship God and do what you're told, you're going to go to hell for being a bad boy. And I don't want my morals being, reliant on fear of punishment.
So this is the way that these sort of atheistic people analyze everything. It's got nothing to do with that. No, but I grew up in a sort of a Christian background, and I never once was told that I was being threatened with the fiery pits of hell if I did the wrong thing. But even though all the what do you call it, the Christmas Santa Claus stories, you better be good, you better be nice, blah blah blah. In other words, you're being watched over all your life, and you're going to be judged. And if you do the right thing, you're going to get some nice little presents. That's actually anti-Christian, very anti-Christian. That's actually Satanism. To say, well, if you toe the line and do what we say, we're going to give you some little rewards, and then you're going to get some fame and fortune. Oh, what are you doing, Craig? You're seeking fame and fortune. It looks as though you're actually doing the very opposite of what the Christian attitude is, which says to live in poverty and seek not reward for what you do in this life. But who am I to judge?
That doesn't make any sense to me. I'd rather have my morals because I want to be a good person.
You can try and you can want, but you never will be.
Well, yeah, I think that is understood by I hope it's understood by most people, that you can be, and like it's ingrained in people to be decent, and you don't.
Yeah, it's a survival mechanism, mate, because if you're not, then people are going to hate you and they'll fucking beat you up.
Need anybody looking over your shoulder to behave, because otherwise you'll be punished.
Yeah.
So this religious
It's got nothing to do with religion, man. It's got to do with reality. If you're in a community and you're being a prick and you're taking everybody's shit, they're going to beat the shit out of you and tell you to fuck off. That's how it works. And eventually you might get organized enough and
belief that if you didn't have God constantly watching you, you would be evil. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No,
So,
you
It makes no sense to anybody, mate, because if you were that way inclined, people would fuck you up. Simple as that.
I don't want to worship someone who is going to send me to hell if I don't do what they say.
And you think that's the alternative to you being such a nice guy, such to survive, even though you're an utter prick, is because you're not worshipping whatever. God damn.
You know, that's
Yeah.
if even if God was real, under the conditions of worshiping God, I wouldn't want to. You know, it seems more evil to me than not. To be honest,
That's because your version of God is not God. You believing in some artificial construct of, you can see it right in your background, can't you? Lucifer the light bearer. You don't want to worship it, and you do, you can't bring yourself to admit that's what you're doing. You're just keeping your mouth shut and being good because you know the alternative.
honest.
well, yeah, I have yet to read about or hear about any god that was a better person than I am. So,
Yeah,
Let that sink in. I've yet heard about or read about any God who is a better person than I am. Duh. That isn't that the whole point of why it's a God? Because it's not a fucking person, you fucking moron. What about gravity? Gravity! Gravity's my God, you fucking moron! I can't believe that you are appealing to something greater than your gravity. What the fuck, man? You are so insane. And the whole idea of thinking that God is a person, or let alone gravity. Fuck. I don't know what you're thinking there. That God is some sort of person. That the level of intellect that you've reached to even say such a thing shows that you're clueless. You got no idea. And no wonder you're appealing to your great God, gravity. Gravity, you fucking moron. That's what you all do. You appeal to something outside of yourself and thinking that God is a person. Nobody who has come into close contact with God consciousness would even dream to think that God would limit itself to a person or a being or something external from ourselves. And that is where you're that scientist that turns up in the laboratory where all the plants faint because they can't believe anybody could be so stupid and cruel and ignorant to the ways of the living world.
Exactly. All the tales of gods, like all of them, show that they're hideous beings, right? Like,
Exactly like you, Craig. Exactly. They would be if they were beings. That's not God. They're all false. Every last one of them.
you take the Greek gods; they just raped and did stuff to women all the time and killed people because they felt about it. Let's look at the God from Christian Bible. He just, gave everyone free will and then drowned everyone because they didn't do what he wanted.
Again, no understanding whatsoever of what God could even be closely, remotely like. You get no idea. You don't care. You don't want to know. You just want to ridicule other people's ideas of what you think that they think that the God might be. That's not God. That's not how it works.
Yeah, well, Aphrodite, for example, she was really hard on women who were at least as pretty as she was, and if there was somebody more beautiful and more sexy, she was a horrible person. Just
Yeah.
I mean, look what she did to Paris. So,
Wasn't she doing God's
Yeah,
work?
I don't think there's any reason to worship any gods. The whole magic isn't real, and it really does.
Hang on a sec. Most of the people have a fundamental understanding of a God. What exactly are you saying to worship, Craig? The traditional idea of worship means to place in the center, which means, everything revolves around it. That's heliocentrism for you. Is that they're saying everything is going around the sun, the giver of life, the giver of light, that everything that all our seasons and everything depends upon. They're giving all that to Helios, the ancient sun god. That is worship, and it's probably far more worthy than most other forms of worship that even you're trying to denigrate. I don't know. I don't believe the earth goes around the sun. Doesn't mean I'm anti-Helios himself. I think the sun is the giver of light and life. But it doesn't mean I worship it. And I don't know what you mean when every time you say, no, we're worshipping it. Every time that you clowns are saying that the earth is a tiny little ball spinning around the sun, you guys are the ones saying that you worship the sun. And then when you say, well, the sun is just a tiny little fucking speck amongst all the other suns, you're the one saying that you're worshipping a godless existence. We don't worship it. We just accept it for what it is. If I was to worship anything, it would be the Mother Earth. She's the one that gives us everything, our bodies, our places to exist, our clothing, our food, our drink, the whole works. If I was to worship anything, and I'd probably do then like what Jesus did at the Last Supper, and I'd say, for the bread, that's the body that came from the Mother Earth. And if I was to drink her blood, I would say, well, the grape juice is the fruit of her vine, work of human hands. It is our living blood. That's as close as I would come to worship, if it came down to it, is the Mother Earth. Not some arbitrary God. The earth. The flat earth. That's pretty much, to me, what flat earth is all about. I have to throw something at that cat. Hey! Stop scratching my couch. God damn it. Pardon me. Yeah. We're not worshipping anything other than above existence, other than appreciating that which gives us sustenance and life. Father, Son, Mother Earth. Fuck me.
It surprised me that we live in 2023 in a society that has so much technology and science, and there is still this, need to hold on to religious beliefs. I really don't understand it. You know what?
You don't, obviously. We're not holding on to a religious belief. We're just accepting reality for what it is and appreciating it and being thankful for it. What is wrong with that? Thank you, Mother Earth, for giving me this food today. Thank you, Father Son, for shedding light down on me, giving me the daylight, making my plants grow, giving me something to eat, giving me sustenance, giving me beer to drink. What is wrong with that? That's not worship. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with it? Nothing is wrong with that.
if someone has their beliefs and it's good for them, then great. But I will never be able to understand that need for faith.
Of course you won't, Craig. Of course. You'll just appeal to the high priest of scientism. And you'll take your faith from them. That's what you are doing every single time. You're appealing to the high priest of scientism. Oh, great Einstein, give me your wisdom equals MC squared. That's what you're doing all the fucking time. Every single time, Craig. You don't understand. We're just looking at reality. Sun comes into view. Sun comes out of view. While it's in view, it directs a whole heap of energy into the plants which grow and give us food. We eat and they nourish our bodies. Our bodies come from the earth. They return to the earth. That's not a religion. It's just the way it is.
Well, I think it's social glue. You know, the people want to belong, apparently. I've never felt the need to belong. But you know, if you belong to a group, you have the group protection and you have, you know, benefits.
Like the Globe Tide group. Oh, look at Craig. He's looking a bit surly there. Yeah, that's exactly what you Globe Tides do. You belong to a group. You are the cult of heliocentrism, and you don't even know it. That's your problem. You're like Stockholm Syndrome sufferers who don't see the big picture of why you are defending your masters. You just do because it makes you feel good, makes you accepted. And, oh, geez. But what you just said, Desertpedo.
But I mentioned this because I've noticed that some religious people, especially some apologists, have brought up general relativity and insisted that if we accept that, you know, there's no privileged frame of reference, therefore our morals will be bad. We have no grounding for, you know, what.
Don't tell me I clicked back again, did I? I didn't mean to. Or are they just repeating themselves?
Is good and what is bad if general relativity is accepted.
Fucking hell, I must. I've heard
How
this
does
story.
that even follow? So if we don't, if we accept general relativity that says there's no frame of, you know, perceived frame of reference, that means that we can't have morals. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, where do they get this convoluted logic of connecting these things together?
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. They just focus on the word relative. You know, it's like, oh, well, if everything's relative.
That's funny. Because Einstein definitely focused on his relatives, didn't he?
Relative, and then everything is acceptable if you know, you can
have your little
justify anything, any behavior, like Kaleb did. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I'm sure if a person Googled it, you could probably go to ICR's website, Institute for Creation Research,
as long as your name
and look up general relativity. I bet they have an article on that.
Probably, and of course, if it's on Google, then it's real, right? Because, you know, once I showed Kaleb that his article was satire, he then went, "Oh, I'm going to debunk you right now." Brought up Google, which led to the same article. Like, he thinks that Google is like an answers machine. Like, if you type in a question, it's going to give you the answer. He doesn't understand that Google is just a search engine.
Craig, for somebody that lives on it through every debate, that's a little bit hypocritical of you. But anyway, let's see what you got to say.
You put words in it, it will find things on the internet that are similar. That's it.
That's what you do all the time.
Plus, he would just stumble on satire and not recognize it as satire. Like,
You know what's crazy though is that on Twitter, he was saying that, oh, it doesn't matter that it's satire because it still contains factual information.
Oh, well,
But
not really.
that's
I
not
mean,
what satire means. He was basically saying that even if it's satire, it can, satire doesn't mean it's not true. It just means it's funny. Like,
That is where most of the fundamental truths are exposed, is in satire. People wouldn't find it satirical, but when you present it as satire, that is why we go, oh, fuck yeah, somebody just told the truth in a way that you can't present any other way. You have to do it in a satirical way. That's why it's satire. That's why you present the truth. It's like, you just have to do it a little bit at a time, a little bit. And the more you express the truth, the more people are going to laugh. Because they're going to, oh, yeah, I can so relate to that. And laughter is a release of understanding, very, very similar to crying. But crying is so traumatic. That's what makes you cry. But if you can just release it in laughter, that's how satire works. Some of our best comedians would be burnt at the stake back in the day if they were trying to preach it as a truth. But when you present it as a form of satire, that's how you get away with it. And you're planting all those seeds into the minds of the people hearing, oh, yeah, fucking hell. I'm still trying to think of his name. George Carlos. He would do that. And you watch a George Carlos script, or what do you call it? When he's up on stage doing a thing, you watch that and you listen to what he's saying. The crowd should be outraged. Getting the burning torches and the pitchforks and stomping all over Washington for everything he says. But the fact that he presents it in a satirical way means everybody, oh yeah, that's so true. Oh, it's so funny. But that's what satire is all about. You're presenting the truth in a way that you're stopping people either turning into violently angry or bursting into tears. You're presenting the truth gently.
does he think that the Onion News Network is real or something? I've been blown away. It's not just him, but it's all of his followers are basically saying that he was right to use a satirical article because it says that gravity's a theory.
yeah.
But it's satire! Satire!
Well, the best satire, of course, is based on reality.
There you go. The best satire is based on reality. Swallow that, Craig. Drink it down. Swallow it. The best satire is based on reality. That's how it works. If you're getting up on stage and trying to say some funny jokes and they weren't based on reality, people just look at you. This guy ain't funny. You base it on reality and you hit people to the bone. That's how it works.
It's like the closer it is to being real, is the best satire.
Yeah.
But see, this guy actually gets it. I think there's Randy Jones over here, whatever his name is. He's on. He knows what he's talking about. And Craig is just yeah.
These people don't seem to understand that gravity is not a theory. General relativity is the theory of gravity. And to conflate the two makes no sense at all.
Gravity is not a theory. General relativity is the theory of gravity. And to conflate the two. Holy shit. This bloke from the desert wandering pedophile, understands the nature of reality better than Einstein. And Craig is just going to hear nod and say, yeah, God, gotcha.
It's like conflating a apple pie with the recipe for how to make an apple pie.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
gravity is not a theory. It is.
No.
We now know the twisting and bending of space time. The around mass.
Or Felicia.
And we know.
See, man. So Craig just has to make fun of everything. He's trying to talk about the most scientific, fundamental aspect of our reality, and he's trying to do his best. And Craig does. What does he do? Oh, Felicia. That is so typical of the most dishonest, decrepit pieces of shit to walk upon the face of this earth, to do such a thing. He's actually trying to be serious. And so what does Craig do? Oh, Felicia. What the fuck, Craig? What are you even thinking? Oh, you think, if we just make fun of ourselves, then that will just make our entire theories even more correct. That was a real piece of shit call. Let's have another fucking look at that.
Relativity is the theory of gravity, and to conflate the two makes no sense at all. It's like conflating a apple pie with the recipe for how to make an apple pie.
Yeah. Come on, Craig. Let's wait for your Felicia argument.
Gravity is not a theory.
Gravity is not a theory. So he's shaking his head.
We now know
We now know because we've been doing this for a very long time, so we now know.
The twisting and bending of space-time.
The twisting and bending of space-time, which Craig loves to say. It's not space, it's not time, it's space-time.
The around mass.
Or Felicia.
There you go. Or Felicia. What the fuck, Craig? What the fuck was that? You want the world to take you seriously, and you've got this esteemed guest here. You've got, your Randy pedophile, whatever, from the desert, talking about bendy space-time, and you just come and interject and say, or Felicia. That's what you just did, Craig. That's what you just did for all time, for all of humanity to see. It's all Felicia. I'm just going to see if I can try one more time to go back a little tiny bit here.
Is to being real is the best satire.
Yeah.
These people don't seem to understand that gravity is not a theory. General relativity is the theory of gravity. And to conflate the two makes no sense at all. It's like conflating a apple pie with the recipe for how to make an apple pie. Gravity is not a theory. It is.
Come on, Craig.
We now know
he's trying so hard.
The twisting and bending of space-time. The around mass.
Or Felicia.
We know this. I mean, it's not a guess anymore.
No.
Einstein's general relativity keeps proving itself over and over and over again. I mean,
thank you, Craig. He sits there. He's biting his tongue. He's trying so hard not to speak because this guy's a guest on his side. Ordinarily, because he's always got somebody who's on the antagonistic side, he can't bite his breath. And eventually pedophile whatever comes out and says to bend his space-time bullshit, and Craig just goes, oh Felicia. And look at his eyes, look at him. You are so guilty, Craig. You are so guilty. You are so terrible. You are the worst piece of human scum. No, you're not. Sorry. I take that back. You're a lovely fella, Craig. You're just a piece of Scottish scum, unlike your your best friend McToon. We can talk about McToon later. He's the ultimate piece of scum that crawls across the face of the earth.
Things that he said we should see every now and then. We see, yep, that was correct. That test has been done. It passed the test. This is an excellent sign of a really good theory. And to conflate gravity being just a theory, it's a natural phenomena.
So it's not just a theory, it's a natural phenomena. So this is what the great fucking Randy, whatever he calls himself these days, thinks that gravity is some sort of natural phenomena. For somebody that was out and spent his whole life debunking bullshit, I would actually think the real great Randy would think of you as an absolute fraud, because they would say, okay, prove to me gravity. Prove to me mass attracts mass. And he would put a bunch of noodles around it to show that you can't use your breath. You know, like to put the great Randy against God damn. I'm laughing too much now because this is just bad. What was his name again? The banana dude. The banana Cavendish. The Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment is all the Globers have to prove gravity. Let's put the great Randy against the Cavendish experiment. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'll be the great Randy. You can be the banana dude, Craig.
And it's the general relativity is the theory. And I'm looking forward to a quantum theory of quantum gravity.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll come in our lifetime, but it is the next step in understanding gravity, and that's what flat earthers don't understand is that the scientific theory of gravity. It's our knowledge of gravity, it's everything we understand, but it doesn't mean it's complete.
Look at that. Struggling. Well, we've got the greatest scientific discoveries of all these great minds throughout history, but doesn't mean it's complete. Yeah, we've got a lot of gaps in our shit. Relative density, boom, complete, done. Argument over, finished. Fucking hell.
There's things that we don't know yet that will be explained later on, because that's what science does. Science is always looking for the next better explanation. And
Craig, we've given you the better explanation. Relative density. Look up, put in your little Google, specific gravity. Relative density. That is your answer. Finished. It's done. We've known. It's been done since the time of Archimedes. You just want to look for excuses for how the Earth can be a spinning ball hurtling through a vacuum of space, because you want this force of attraction of due to bigotry to make it all happen. But not a single thing sits with that. You have lost. The fight is over, Craig. Give it up.
They get hung up on the word theory. They don't understand that there's a difference between the colloquial usage of the word theory and what a scientific theory is. And this is why one thing I keep saying to them is, well, if gravity is just a theory, then so is music. Because...
No, Craig. We have a theory of music. But the theory of music is what we use to make music. You can't use both. You've got one which works, and then you've got one to make excuses for what doesn't work and what can't be observed. So therefore, we use the one which works, the theory of music. Yeah, beautiful. We got music. The theory of gravity doesn't work. We'll chuck it in the bin. You have to learn how to discern, Craig.
I've got a book out there that is literally called Music Theory. 20 years ago, I took a driving theory test. So is driving just a theory? Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if you can see this here. This is a poster of quantum mechanics, and you got like Schrodinger's equations and
Wow, yeah, that's cool.
half alive, half dead. That's from Up in Atom. She has a really good YouTube channel about quantum mechanics, and if anybody, if you want to understand quantum mechanics and how it might apply to gravity, it's out there. You can educate yourself, but these flat earthers, they don't want to educate themselves.
God, no, education's bad.
Eventually, there will be a quantized theory of gravity, but like you said, it's not going to be anytime soon because gravity is so weak that even if we came up with a mathematical model, there'd be very difficult way to test it.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, you mentioned Flatzoid.
Yes.
Let's not talk about him before we go past what you just said. You've just said that the accumulation of scientific knowledge throughout all history until this point, one day we'll somehow work out how to quantify it, maybe, but we'll just keep believing it until we get there. What is your problem? You silly old motherfucking git. I'm gonna have to listen to that one more time.
God, no, education's bad.
Education's bad. Well, it is.
Eventually, there will be a quantized theory of gravity, but
eventually there will be a quantized. I couldn't understand exactly what he's saying through his missing teeth, but quantized theory of gravity.
Like you said, it's not going to be anytime soon because...
But it's not going to be anytime soon. Why not? We've had hundreds of fucking years to work this shit out, man. Fucking Einstein was back in the 1900s. Why have you not worked it out by now? Shit. If it doesn't work, chuck the fucking thing out at the fucking window.
Because gravity is so weak that...
Yeah, so is your belief. So, yeah, it is so weak. Maybe we should try a different theory, like relative density.
Even if we came up with a mathematical model.
Gravity, you moron! Gravity! Fucking hell. This cunt, pardon my English, this cunt is the one that gets me, as they call it, to rage quit from debates to this cunt. Because he raves about gravity. Gravity, you moron. Haven't you heard about gravity? I'm pissed off. Not only because at this time of night I always get the hay fever shit, clearing my sinuses. This is the motherfucker. This is the motherfucker, the gravity motherfucker, who all these motherfuckers consider to be a fucking legend. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll use the Queen's language against you. Oh, but we don't understand it. It's a weak force, and maybe one day in the future we'll understand it. But you were so adamant about it, you fucking moron. You fucking moron. You were so adamant about it being the force that makes all this shit turn the exploding bowling balls into perfect little balls of fucking mass. I'm so fucking angry with these motherfuckers who appeal to authority, who appeal to this idea of gravity, and then they sit there and say, well, we don't know, but well, maybe one day we'll know. But we are so adamant at the time about how much we know it. Let's listen to this fucking little fucking dirtball prick again.
Up in Atom. She has a really good YouTube channel about quantum mechanics, and if anybody, I mean, if you want to understand quantum mechanics and how it might apply to gravity, it's out there. You can educate yourself, but these flat earthers, they don't want to educate themselves.
No.
Oh God, no, education's bad.
Oh God, no. Educate me then, motherfucker. You.
Eventually, there will be a quantized
Eventually?
theory of gravity, but like you said, it's not going to be anytime soon because...
Oh. So it's not going to be anytime soon. You stupid old piece of shit, and you stupid young piece of shit. It's not going to be anytime soon. But we have to educate them in something that will come about eventually, sometime in the future. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? You are not man of science.
Because gravity is so weak that...
That's so are you and all your arguments that try and support it.
Even if we came up with a mathematical...
even if we came up with a mathematical... So you mean you don't have a mathematical... What the fuck is wrong with you, you stupid pieces of fucking shit? Why don't you have a mathematical...
model? The very difficult way to test it.
Yeah.
Very difficult way to test it. What the fuck? That's how you come up with a model, is by testing it. You make me shit. I mean sick. Pardon me. I am losing my shit a little bit. Only because every now and then I get this fucking hay fever shit. Makes me sneeze and cough up a lot of phlegm. But listening to this bullshit almost makes me want to just... Did you just hear what you just said? Let's listen to this piece of shit fucking pedophile again.
Gravity, but like you said, it's not going to be anytime soon because gravity is so weak that even if we came up with a mathematical model, there'd be very difficult way to test it.
Yeah.
So,
even if we came up with a mathematical model, it would be a very difficult way to test it. And yet, in everyday existence, we can test density and buoyancy. A helium balloon in the medium of air will rise. A basketball in the medium of air will drop to the floor. You take that same basketball filled with air to the bottom of a swimming pool and you release it. It will rise up. Where's gravity? Gravity brought it down to the surface in the medium of air, but in the medium of water, it just makes it go flying to the surface. There is no gravity involved in that. Nothing but relative density. The flat earthers have this. We've got it covered. We've been talking about it for years now. We know the truth about how the up and down system of shit works. And here you are still talking about maybe sometime in the future with mathematical models, we might find some thinking theory of fucking gravity. You guys are so lost in history. I can't even believe I'm still even listening to this bullshit.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, you mentioned Flatzoid.
Yes.
There's another person. He made a video or two about James Webb Telescope breaking gravity. Like scientists have discovered that they need more gravity because the gravity that we have.
Okay, good. So this is about where I thought I'd cut this video off, because what did I say, about 30 minutes? What, 36 minutes, and now they're talking about some flat-side guy. Yeah, that's about the end of it. So thanks for listening and watching. For those who did, I appreciate it. I will take a moment to scroll through some of the comments. And I say Nemo Octavius is actually dominating the chat, and I appreciate that, bro. I do, because I don't actually do these live video debunks necessarily to interact with the chat. If ever I do a live chat where I'm there to discuss with the audience, I will absolutely be there 100% and look at every single chat. But I'm doing these at the moment. This is my second attempt at watching somebody else's video as a debunk, mostly so I can just focus on what I'm thinking and going through. And I will glance at the chats occasionally, but basically, you know, if I'm going to do a live chat where I want to interact with the audience, I'll definitely let you know. And it's awesome how people are actually watching and commenting. And most of these comments would make more sense when I watch through the repeat. Like Professor Dave is one of the ones that stands out to me. Yeah, this not Professor Dave. The alternative video I was going to do today to this was actually back to that not Professor Dave guy. And I've been meaning to do it for a long time, and yet I actually did download his video. And as I'm watching it, I was like, the guy is such a professional charlatan that it doesn't really give you a chance. He's actually addressed like 1,700 points before he's even reached his first one. It's like, yeah, some people, you just better give them a wide berth and steering away from. I'd definitely love to challenge that not a Professor Dave one-on-one in a debate. And as I said today, actually on the Modern Day Debate channel, is that at least a good year ago, at least a good year or so ago, I'd say closer to 2 now, because this is back in the earlier days of the Flat Earth and me being a participant on the Modern Day Debate channel, is that James and we got along quite well, despite what McToon was trying to do and turn me into some sort of white supremacist or whatever he does. He's an evil, vile person, that McToon. Yeah, James asked if I would like to go on to a debate against Professor Dave talking about the moon hoax landings, which is a great coincidence because that was the one they were talking about today. And I said, even though it's not my area of expertise, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I'll take him on that. And within about a day or two, I got told, oh, Professor Dave will not be involved in that. Interesting. Yeah, I can pretty well hold my own on most everything when it comes to the flat Earth, the moon landing hoaxes, the everything space related. I reckon I could probably hold my own, even though I'm not necessarily an expert in any single one of those fields. When it comes down to it, when like today's debate, which is what inspired this whole discussion that I'm having right now, is that I started this on the backbone of the fact, yeah, I couldn't stand it. It was a terrible debate. They had that flat-soid character in it, who I'm not a fan of. Don't dislike the guy. I'm just you know, he is what it is. There's all sorts of people in the world, but I went to their after show, and I'm talking with Ozian and heaps of other people, and heaps of other people asking me questions, all going well and good. When it came towards the end, when they're obviously getting really tired, and everyone's getting really tired, Ozian keeps asking me these questions, and I'm saying, you know, you do understand your model, don't you, what you believe in? And he kept trying to deny it. And I said, look, no offense, bro, but you're a fucking idiot. And so, of course, that's when I got booted. And so that's why I ended up starting to do my own live chat here. But what I didn't think to do before it started was to click the go live now button. And so 20 minutes of me having a really good go at the modern day debate and Ozian and all those other to exist in that particular version of reality is all the things that I had to say actually got deleted, and at the end of the day I thought, oh well, it's probably for the best. Always good to clear the sinuses, I say. Don't keep it in. So anyway, Nemo Octavius 18 is saying Moses did. What did Moses do, Nemo? I'd be interested in that. not the split Red Sea. Yeah. Seems what happened to me on Ozian's channel is he had a panel of about a dozen people or so. Let's say 9 or 10 or 12, whatever. And so I decided to appear on the channel, even though I'm just quite happy sitting in the comments and just putting shit on all their ideas. It's, I thought, oh, what the fuck? I'll just go and enter. And boom, straight away, not that I'm any sort of celebrity status or nothing, but I'm the flat earther in a bunch of guys who are admittedly globe earthers. Now, that should be quite telling. So there's at least 10 or 11 of them modern day debate. So the modern day debate is very definitely slanted and biased towards the globe Earth model. And in fact, if you watch the debate that they had today, which I think is quite interesting, I watched it for a little while. I didn't get there early. I missed half of the opening presentation. And by the time I got there, I watched some. Thought, yeah, I'll participate in the chat for a little while. And eventually you get enough of those trolls who can't respond or won't respond. There's still that Professor Belland, whatever his name is, Phil Bell. He still won't debate me. I don't blame him. I wouldn't either. I mean, if I was Professor Bill, that was Phil Bell, I wouldn't debate me. fucking hell. I'd be sitting out the back doorstep eating crickets, as he kept talking about. Anyway, I digress. Is that where was I? So they had the after show. Yeah, I thought, I don't believe we ever went to the moon. I don't think it was addressed very well through the debate. I'll go to the after show and I'll start arguing on behalf of the people who don't believe we ever went to the moon. Yeah, that's all I really wanted to do. I wasn't out to prove the flat Earth, but obviously everything ultimately ends up to being a flat Earth argument, because there's not a single thing that we can discuss in this existence of the world upon which we live which doesn't end up being related to flat Earth. It has to. It's just the way it is. It has to ultimately be, when you understand the nature of reality, it all exists upon the flat Earth. Now, once you've understood that and grasped it, it's no longer a problem. But when you're arguing from a position, let's say we landed on the moon, but you don't understand the Earth is flat, then it's always going to be a flat Earth argument. And so when Grayson, and he's a nice guy, you know, when he ended up leaving the argument is because he left the final statement saying he doesn't understand or appreciate or realize why it all comes back down to a flat Earth argument. You know, he wants to keep everything separate. The moon landing must be separate. Satellites, these things must be everything. At the end of the day, everything that exists in reality has to be a flat Earth argument. It has to be. It's the inevitable result of understanding the reality. It's where we live upon. We live upon the stationary flat Earth. So if you're trying to separate any single argument from that, you're lost from reality. It's an unfortunate consequence of the nature of being. It's just the way it is. You know, like when I grew up believed on a spinning ball, up and around the sun, doing that stuff, I didn't really question it that much. I mean, the first time I questioned it, I was like, the reason we're not falling off is gravity. I didn't like it. It didn't sit well with me, but I put it in the cognitive dissonance chamber of the back of my mind and thought, oh, well, don't fall off the underside of a ball because of this magical, invisible pulling force. And for most of my life, I saw no reason to doubt, saw no reason to disbelieve. Like, why should I? Wonder if I can get rid of that thing. No, I wouldn't have a fucking clue. I wouldn't know. That's not what I would. But that's what I'm saying is I had no reason to disbelieve what I was told. I believed I was living on a spinning ball. Until eventually I got to the point where somebody made me question it. Wonder. Oh, damn. There we go. So, oh, now I can see the chat too. So, I just had no reason to disbelieve why we lived on a spinning ball hurtling through space until somebody planted the seed into my head to question it. And that's how it works. Of course, you're going to believe what you're told. Why wouldn't you? You know, that's your mother, that's your father, that's your brother. That's what you got. Until somebody says, that's not your mother, that's not your father, that's not your brother. You're adopted. You were brought up in an orphanage or something. And then you go, that's when you break the wheels of cognitive dissonance. And in most cases, it's a bad example. We believe what we're told as we're growing up. We just do. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, what do you got to gain or lose by believing otherwise? We believe we live on a spinning ball. And then somebody challenges it. And now you got something to lose because it's like, how dare you challenge my reality? That's where we start. So we start. Of course, we live on a spinning space ball hurtling through a vacuum of space. Why wouldn't you believe it? Okay, I can prove this by dinner time. Cool. Hey, how's it going? Didn't even see you were here, bro. Where's it going? I used to believe in it all for 25 years due to education, but education was also why I stopped believing in it. The precision specific is what stayed bringing me back around, no pun, to questioning everything. And that's the thing. Yeah. We're told a certain thing, and you got no reason to question it. Why would you? I found it really ironic. Let me just caught a fish that was trying to get away. Is that when I first moved to the coast, I grew up in the inland until I was 13. And then one day I asked these people, like, how far away is that island over there? Because we lived on the coast, a place called Hawke's Nest. It's a beautiful place, beautiful islands. You can see everywhere. And the next question was, well, then that island that's up there 11 kilometers away, how come it's also flat and level on the horizon? This one's 5 kilometers away on the horizon. All these islands sitting on the horizon. Sometimes I'll sit down at Jimmy's Beach looking over at Nelson Bay. It's 5 kilometers across the horizon, and all the lights are above the water. It's off cat. All these things we see are all above the horizon. I said, piss off. Sorry. I was talking to the cat. I guess he's a bit hungry. How is it that we can see an 11-kilometer away island on the horizon and it's still well above it, and you can still see the sea beyond it? These are the things. And when I asked somebody one time, I said, how come we can see that far if the Earth is curved? At first, and this is the thing, at first, every single person, when you ask about the curvature of the Earth, they laugh at you. You think, you're insane. Who would even question? And then one of them went, it hit him home, and he started to think about it. And when I came back later and I said, "You're right," and he says, "I'm still thinking about this curvature of the earth question." This is when I'm only like 12 or 13 years old, asking the adults these questions, things that people should know and take for granted. And yeah, he was absolutely lost. He was like, how the fuck can we see so far if the earth is curved? There's no answer for it. There was no answer for it. But people will just gladly believe it anyway, because eventually you can't see so far, and so what's out of sight and out of mind, you can just it's so crazy, man. Cool. Dude's having a discussion. It just blew my mind that when I asked the question as a globe believer to normal people, well, where's the curvature of the earth? They looked at me as though I was insane. It was like, curvature of the earth, who would even think about that? You know what I mean? This is how it works. You ask anybody, like, just you walk down to your local surf club next time you're down there and say, how come we can see that far according to the curvature of the earth? And they just look at you. Curvature of the earth? Everybody thinks you're mad. You're mad if you believe in the curvature of the earth until you start to question it. And then you start to question, well, why do we see so far? And they go, ooh, yeah. That's when they start to think about something deeply that they've never even thought about in their life. It's insane. It's insane. I probably do need to go to bed eventually soon, but you know what? I'm just going to put that in there. And if anyone wants to come in and have a chat, hopefully that will work, because I've never even done that before. Now the link is there. See what happens. You don't have to. No pressure. Actually, we can go back to the video I've already got there. Okay. Don't bite me just because you're sitting on my chair and I kick you. I stopped going to church about 14, going on 15. I used to go there because it's just social. Hey, lucky. I figure some stuff just happened and some just is. I reckon it may be the truth, but I can't just go off and believe some shit. That's right. Yeah, well, I don't expect anybody to believe anything without evidence. That's my personal philosophy. If you got a reason to believe in something, then you've obviously got some evidence to believe it. Sometimes we get told to believe stuff without evidence, and it's understandable. It happens to us all. And that's why most people end up believing in a globe, because it was presented to them while they're young and innocent enough to believe in it without any evidence. And then they get told, Well, the reason everybody sticks to the bottoms and the sides and stuff is gravity. Gravity. The whole point of this fucking video I made is this desert file. Sorry. His claim to fame is his ability to scream out gravity. And let's not take away from the fact that it was grounded on the fact of sticking a thing of dynamite into a bowling ball and blowing it apart, which is the basic Big Bang theory of the origins of the universe that most globers believe in. Similar to that is that boom, blowing everything apart will eventually, because of gravity, make everything into perfect spheres. Yeah. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the heliocentric model for you. I don't believe it for 1 second. I will never think that a belief is an adequate explanation for observation. Observation must come first. Observation. What happens? What do we see? What do we observe? What do we experience? Then you can develop a hypothesis to explain what we observe. Then we can test that hypothesis against the observations. That is how scientific method works. Observe. Create hypothesis. Test hypothesis. Does it work? Yes. Test it again. Test. Does it work? No. Throw it out. So when it comes to gravity, the theory of gravity, does it work? What is the theory of gravity? Well, nobody knows. Bendy space-time, attraction of mass. Okay. Do we see two masses attract each other? If we sit them on a table, do they roll towards each other? No. Attraction of mass, poor theory, throw it out the door. Does something of mass drop or rise? Observation. Drops? Yes. Hypothesis? It's dense. It's more dense. But does it continue to drop or does it stop when it hits something? What does it hit? Something of density. That's where it stops, comes to rest. And so on and so forth. And that is how we develop the hypothesis in the scientific method, by observation, repetition, nullifying what does and doesn't work. There's nowhere in the theory of observation where the theory of bendy space-time actually works. Only way it works is to support an unsupported theory that the Earth spins on its axis and goes around the sun. That's it. It's a philosophical want, a need. We want this to happen. We need this to happen. Let's make a theory that can make it work. That's not science. Oh, I'm getting pretty tired here. Dinner Dharma. As I say, I make these live streams now because it's the only way I know to present a video into the, what's it called again? The duck thing, StreamYard. Yeah, and so that I can do it and actually deserve it. I've tried doing a few of these just by recording and thought I've done pretty well. And then when I go to share it, maybe I have to spend money for StreamYard or whatever to be able to do that. But basically, I'm just doing this to watch a video so I can download that. That's done through x2mate.com. Yeah, now I lost x2mate.com. I got that from Flat Earth Banjo. He said, use this, you can download through that. So once you downloaded it, then you can put in the StreamYard and talk your way through it and have a good old time. In fact, what I might even do, just shits and giggles. Oh no, not full screen. Not full screen, damn.
The model's broken because the James Webb Telescope has discovered that galaxies are moving contrary to the theory of gravity.
How did that happen?
And
oh, that's much better.
What he
much better
did not understand by one of these things these people do is they read headlines and then they don't read the articles.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly.
What the James Webb Telescope discovered was that the spiral galaxies, they're all moving like an LP album, and it's like
come on, man,
spiral galaxies are like attached to each other.
You can do it
instead of like the inside, the center of the galaxy spinning faster, and then the outside, so that the spirals eventually like blend and homogenize. From what we can see, there's not enough mass to keep those spiral galaxies spiral and moving all of in one piece.
It took a long time.
And so Flatzoid said basically that our understanding of gravity is wrong, but it was his understanding of the articles that he read that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We know the answer already. It's dark matter. There's matter out there. We just don't see it.
Dark matter. There's matter out there. We just don't see it. Invisible matter. Like, honestly, I'm getting a bit tired, but this is too funny. I just have to keep listening.
I mean, gravity is not broken. The theory of gravity, general relativity, it still applies, just like Newton's laws still apply.
Dave McKeegan
I wanted
in the
to
chat. Dave McKeegan says, trust Flatzoid to cite a satellite in space 1 million miles away as apparent evidence that space is fake and the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Well.
But yeah, so this is Toon's Law of Flurfs, isn't it? Toon's Law of Flurf is that any citation that flat earthers bring up, it debunks them if you actually read the citation. There hasn't been ever a single article that a flat earther has presented to me that if you read the article doesn't directly debunk the thing they are trying to say. And you're absolutely right. They don't get past the headline. And the thing is about most articles is they're not usually written by scientists. They're written by, people that write articles that will...
No, mate, they're not written by people that
sensationalize things and use easy to understand wordage that may be slightly confusing if you don't actually understand the physics behind the article. And
Craig, shut the fuck up.
somehow take that as evidence that the article is saying the exact opposite thing that it is actually saying.
So, who was that stupid bitch? Part of the. I'm sorry, Lilliput. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Papa. So the person, I'm trying to be nice, who insisted that there's only one latitude where you can go due east, and he looked up.
Gary
He
Webeninga.
brought up the Wikipedia article as his evidence that all of the world's geophysicists agreed with him.
Except the article.
No wonder I'm falling asleep, man. Make a fucking point.
So when you tried to actually read it back to him, he wouldn't let you. He just kept talking and talking and talking. And you kept saying, wait a minute, I'm talking here.
Well, yeah, that's actually a tactic that anybody who's ever watched anything that Craig has ever done, you have to do that. You have to say, shut up, Craig, I'm talking. Shut up, Craig, I'm trying to make... You have to constantly tell that motherfucking wanker to shut the fuck up so you can actually speak. Anybody else in a reasonable, normal conversation would actually let you make your point before you start talking over them. But Craig can't do that. He can't. And so he's conditioned people, especially somebody like young Kaleb, who knows what he's up against because he's obviously done his research. So anytime he is talking and we can see Craig open up his big fucking trumpet mouth and start trying to talk over everybody, is he has to say, settle down, Craig, settle down, I'm speaking. I would expect that from anybody who's done their research against this silly pommy wanker who still thinks we live on a spinning space ball hurtling through outer space.
Holy shit, that was funny. That was just,
I still don't understand how he thinks what he thinks that if you're on any latitude on Earth and you set your compass heading as east and you keep going east and you keep your compass pointing east, that somehow you will get to the equator. Like, he doesn't... That means you're going south or north, not...
Okay, so he's totally lost the play. He's got no idea what he's talking about. If you keep your compass going east, you'll never reach the equator because you're going east. But if you started east and left it set, boom, into space, into place, whatever, and kept going east, yes, you would head south.
And no matter how many times I explained it to him, even showing it him on a globe, he just would double down and say, it doesn't matter if everyone else in the world says I'm wrong. They're all stupid. I'm the one that's right. What?
There's a reason. Latitude lines are called parallel for a reason. It's like,
Yeah, and if you look at the flat Earth map, like we've got, each circular line expanding away from the North Pole is going to be parallel to the other one. So yes, they're called parallel for a reason. How else would it work? Like even on the globe, it's the same thing. They will be parallel because the equidistant part of the circle is parallel to every other equidistant circle, even on a ball. So in either model, that's exactly what latitude lines mean. I can't even believe he's having a go at this.
Back this bitch. Good.
Jesus.
Oh.
It never stops being funny. And this is why I keep doing the debates, because I think to myself that I've heard all the stupid, that I've heard the dumbest things that I can hear, right? And then Flat Earth Aussie Jesus will tell me that the moon was dug out of the Grand Canyon by giants. You know?
Okay, then Craig, tell me, how did the moon come into existence? When we listen to the mainstream explanation for how the moon came into existence, we're told a planet the size of Mars collided with Earth, and this planet called Theia, for whatever reason, collided into Earth, knocked all this debris out into outer space, and gave us the equivalent of the rings of Saturn, as you like to believe. And then eventually, because of gravity, okay, morons, gravity, it collected them all and made all those tiny little pieces of the exploding bowling ball, for want of a better explanation, the one that you're using, made them all form into a perfectly sphere called the moon. So you know my explanation for the moon. I've gone through it a million times before. And if I get proven wrong from my opinion of it, by all means, prove it wrong. But to mock me for giving a logical explanation based on my understanding of the nature of reality as I see it, you know, mock me all you like, but if you're going to do it, prove me wrong. You know, my explanation stands, and I'll stand behind it 100%. Prove me wrong, or kudos to you.
And I'm like, how can that be more dumb? How can you say more stupid things that I haven't yet heard?
Sorry, Craig, you said the wrong word there. Haven't yet said.
No, the supply seems endless.
Yeah.
So what was that one genius who said gravity is the result of convection jiggling dome above us? So
gravity is the...
In fact, I just saw a comment there. Thanks, Aussie Gold, and thanks to you and Lee Thomas and Nemo, the couple who are still watching. He says, why did it not just suck it back into Earth because of gravity? And same with the sun. Why? If gravity is this great attractive force, then all the shit that got blown off the Earth by that smash of Theia and turned it into a thing, a ring of Saturn, for whatever reason, why did not all, I wouldn't even use the word sucked, I would just say why not drawn back to Earth if gravity was a thing? Oh no, it just hangs in outer space until eventually it all collides into something and creates a moon. That is the mainstream best explanation we currently have for the moon. And that's why I offer my alternative version for it, because I'm not saying it's necessarily right or wrong or better. I'm just saying it's what I've got currently to explain why the craters all look like they're molten bursts coming from the interior rather than being struck from the exterior. And that's my theory of the moon. So yeah, if the mainstream description of how we got the moon was feasible and viable and logical, I would probably work with that. And I have worked with that all of my life until I got to the point where I just look at the craters there, they look like fucking baubles that burst on the surface. So yeah, I developed my theories. If anybody wants to mock me, don't mock the theory unless you understand it and come up with a better one. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the best that I can think of. So, yeah, getting tired. Better keep listening to this shit.
It's optical.
Yeah, the optical phenomenon of the dome flexing due to convection currents. That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah. The fuck?
and like 90% of the brains observing that just went and the other 10 go, yeah, that makes perfect sense, by golly.
Yeah, he's basically like, he's saying that just gravity and refraction are just the same thing. And again, it was a case of I thought I'd heard all the stupid. And then Sleeping Warrior says that because refraction makes things move, it's just gravity.
Mhm.
So this is just now becoming a total globe wank fest, because not a single flat earther will even think that refraction has anything to do with anything. I don't even, I probably missed the lead up to this, but yeah, the globe wankers are the ones who could constantly saying, well, refraction makes the flat level earth we see in front of us, which is actually curved, just makes it flat so we can see shit further away because of refraction. The mental masturbation they have to go through to believe that, honestly.
Professor Philip Bell is in the chat, and Professor Philip Bell is actually someone who was involved in the first Chandrayaan Indian movie.
That's very interesting, actually. They introduced Professor Phil Belland, because even in the modern day debate incident that happened today about the moon landing being faked, he was in there the whole time. And when I saw he was there, I said, "Oh, what happened to our debate, Mr. Professor Belland?" And he refused to acknowledge me, and he kept coming back saying, "Iron Horse, why the crickets?" I'm going, "What the fuck are you talking about, mate? I've been trying to debate you for fucking ages. You said you would debate me. You said you'd debate me on the modern day debate. And then when I said, all right, yeah, I can arrange that. We'll do this." He goes, no, I'm not going to do it. We can only debate on McToon's channel. So this is this Professor Belland for you. He will only debate on McToon's channel. I won't even debate him if he eventually agrees to debate me somewhere like modern day debate, because, yeah, that they've clearly shown their biases towards the globe Earth anyway. But here we go. Let's have another listen to this wanker.
Moon landing mission. And he says that Kaleb cited the cosmic background radiation during the debate, and then asserting that the cosmic background radiation proved his point. Of course, the cosmic background radiation proving that space is real. So, good job again.
Plus, it gives a decent date to how old the universe is. If you see how cool it is, you can estimate how old it is.
Yeah.
So
you can literally follow it back and look at the recombination event and stuff.
Are you
serious? You can see the point where the universe changed from opaque. You can see the point where the electrons cooled down
anymore.
enough.
I'm sorry, I can't even watch these guys anymore. The dumb might actually rub off onto me. If you can see how cool it is. I mean, you can see a fucking glass of water cool and warm within a matter of minutes. And you think that watching the cooling of the universe can tell you how old it is. The things these guys convince themselves of, it's the mind boggles. It absolutely boggles as to how anyone can. I'm going to give 5 more minutes. What's fucking hell? It's 8:43. 8:43. Damn it! This is going much longer than I expected.
And stop bouncing around too much to allow the light to travel. You can see the point that happened. And
I want to rewind that and listen to it again. But what's the point?
And they can still deny it.
Well, I wonder if Flatzoid, for one example, has ever mentioned how old the universe is.
Oh, well, he sincerely believes that the universe is just a few thousand years old because it's just whatever God, I don't know, sneezed out of his nostrils or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, there you go. I was only going to watch this for 30 minutes, and it's now actually at 44 minutes 20. Aussie Gold, no, I do not have work tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I slept in this morning. It was so good. I actually woke up. It was like freaking 8 o'clock. It was. I've done that all week. We've had fucking heat waves here. I'm hammered by the fucking heat waves. It's I don't do well in the heat. I'm getting old, you know. Like, the heat knocks me about. But I want to read this one by V. Thomas. You're telling me 3 grown-assed men pooped in that tiny capsule which orbited the moon for 3 days in 0G in a vacuum. And that was the whole point of the debate on Modern Day Debate, was to talk about whether the moon landings were real. And when I did go into the after show, hosted by Ozian, who ended up booting me out at the end of it, unfortunately, the introduction, I started talking all about that, didn't come through. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Is if there's 96 bags of poop, human poop, on the moon, that tells you that over those 6 missions that they said they've done, is that, or divide that by 6, so 1, add the 3, 36 and 6, so 16 individual poops, depending then by the number of astronauts. Doesn't matter. If you're going to poop in a vacuum, to me, that tells you is, even though the sphincter is a very strong muscle that we all have, hopefully, and that holds our poop within us, once you start pooping, the vacuum of space should necessarily suck that out pretty quickly, to the point where I would think it could probably turn you inside out very fast, unless you remember NASA, and you could quickly wipe with, I don't know, I don't think they had wipes on the lunar lander, but unless you quickly put the press studs back into place to stop you getting sucked inside out. Press studs in a vacuum space. Oh, well, they also had Velcro. Oh, we all know how airtight Velcro is. That's suspicious. There's so many anomalies with how we could go to the moon. And my arguments were, well, how do you have repressurized inside the lunar lander once you shut, even assuming they were airtight seals, which they're obviously not? You got to repressurize. Take your gloves off. Feel the warmth of the rocks. There's so many things which prove it's impossible to go to the moon with the current narrative that they're telling us anyway. Maybe it's possible. It was hilarious. Butt plugs in space. Yeah, but the minute you remove that butt plug, sucked out, turned inside out. Maybe that's how they made octopus. I don't know. It's hilarious to think about. People just don't understand the power of vacuum. The steel tanker, extract the air out of it, make a vacuum. The steel tanker collapses like when you stamp on an aluminium can. That's the power of a vacuum, just within the air pressure of the air. You try and replicate that air pressure on the inside of some sort of tin can in a vacuum, just as we see balloons expand, you can tie a knot into an empty balloon and put it into a vacuum chamber, extract the air. That balloon will inflate itself. That's just the nature of gases. So how they could have 96 bags of poop man on the moon. God damn. That's just Listen to some more idiocracy.
Or he just says that he believes that. I'm not convinced that he actually believes some of the things that he says.
With Flatzoid, I get very confused, right? Because I've had a lot of personal conversation with Flatzoid outside of YouTube, and he comes across as very genuine in those conversations, that he really believes the things that he says, but then he will say some of the dumbest, like, misrepresenting easily fixable things ever, and I just think to myself, you can't be serious. How?
It's quite interesting, actually, because this was all about Craig getting his ass handed to him by Kaleb on that Jeranism debate, and yet they can't wait to just, let's talk about Flatzoid. And people who know me know my opinion about Flatzoid. He's not a bad fella. I don't mind him. He was on today's debate, actually, and he did the usual terrible job of representing Flat Earth, but he is what it is, and he's got his own thoughts about shit, and good on him. He tries. I got no problem with that. And here they are talking. This whole video is dedicated to discussing the debate about him and Kaleb on Jared. Pardon me. So what is he going to do? Oh, let's just talk about Flatzoid.
How can you seem like a normal person when I'm talking to you, but then say things like this?
Well, he did make a video once questioning if space is actually full of water. He has a video.
Yeah. Because
space
the stars
is just
twinkle.
water. Maybe space is water, and the dome is keeping the water out. And like the Bible says, every now and then the gods open a gate and let the rain come down, and it just happens to coincide with dark clouds.
In fact, I have to just pause that because the comments are fucking gold. But what you just said, Navarro, I always pronounce your name wrong, Luvo Navarro. He said, imagine spending a week in a caravan in the desert with two other dudes and no toilet. They would maybe stewed in the stink. Okay. So understand English in the first language, that's cool. Imagine spending 6 months in a capsule that's the size of a football field. So it's tubes this way, tubes that way. You've got maybe 3-4 caravans of space. You're all using the same shitter because there's only one shitter in the ISS. You're out there for 6 months at a time. Nowhere to wash, nowhere to shower, none of that sort of stuff. Where's your fresh air coming from? Well, the space shuttle will be here sooner or later, and that might give us a little bit of puff of fresh air. The reality of that sort of shit about believing that there's an ISS in the first place, it's one of the ones I go on and on about all the fucking time. Where's that fresh laundry? Where are you washing your clothes? Where's the water? How are you drying them? Or, how are you washing yourself? How are you wiping your ass? How are those guys shaving? How are they always clean cut? Why are they wearing belts in anti-gravity? There's so many things that prove everything about space. It's just bullshit. Everything about it. Like the air we breathe. Even here on Earth, where I'm existing in the atmosphere of the whole entire Earth. Sometimes when I'm working a big pig truck, I call them stink trucks because they are stink trucks. There's 3 layers of pigs being transported off to the slaughterhouse so people can have their bacon. And this truck will go by, and for the next 5 minutes, I'm like, I can't breathe because the stench in the open air of Earth It's so foul, so bad. It's that most horrendous smell you can imagine. And it's for 5 fucking minutes until it's finally gone enough away that I can open up the windows of my car or take my hand away from my mouth and I can breathe the air again. They stink fucking bad. So you imagine these people in a fucking encapsulated area the size of a couple of truck bodies for 6 months at a time, nowhere to flush their shit, nowhere for their BO to go. Something is recycling the air and filtering it, hopefully. The stench would be so bad. These people would go fucking stir crazy and start killing one another within days, if not weeks. Honestly, far out. Yeah, catch aid. Stable like a septic tank. Musician myself, truth as a comfort. Check it out. Cool. So yeah, mate. That's it. I think I might say good night too, so I can go and take a breath. And I just have to look at this idiot one more time. I can't help myself. Dumpster fire.
How much water? Then what material is this dome made out of? Because it's going to be pretty strong, right? It's covering the entire known world, whilst holding up water that is also covering the entire world, but is also see-through. I mean, this is some super material, right?
Well, I don't know if you've read Ringworld, but that material, it would have to be that material.
Yeah. PhD Tony in the chat says that I'm not doing myself any favors combating magical thinking by doing a live stream with a wizard.
See, these are the people that think they've got the keys to the understanding of the nature of reality because they believe they live on a spinning space ball. And look at them, giggling like little girls. Fuck me.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you.
PhD Tony is one of my favorite people.
You think I look like Randy? Sort of.
Oh, actually, you know what? There is a little bit of Randy about you there. That works.
No, Craig is getting very randy about you there.
Yeah, it's actually cold in here. I should turn. I'm saving propane. So.
Yeah, you say you've been having bad weather at the moment.
No, he said it's cold and he's saving propane. That's what he said.
We got snow, and like I mentioned, I had to climb a steep hill. This is
not a fucking steep hill, Craig. You know about steep hills, wouldn't you, mate? You live in the fucking Scotland now. Oh, that's right. You can't even get out of your chair because you're a fucking cripple.
A barbed wire fence. It had 46 wooden posts and 26 steel posts. And I had to coil up all the barbed wire and then remove the post.
Craig is really
and now I have to move it to another hill. Like, oh boy, I'm 63 years old here.
What fun!
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the film Cool Hand Luke, where he's digging the hole. Look, what's your hole doing here in my dirt? I don't know about.
It's amazing how these guys will look after one another when they're talking together. But if for example, old fucking Randy, whatever over here, was against Craig would be ripping him a fucking new one. That's what you call confirmation bias, where, oh, well, I'll rip the fuck out of you because I don't agree with you, but because you're on my side, because I saw you once say gravity. Oh, well, yeah, whatever you say now. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I'm so into it. It's like, fuck. When I'm in a discussion or, see somebody who identifies as a flat earther and they're speaking a load of bunch of bullshit, I will not hesitate to tell them you're speaking of a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. That's what I do. I don't give a fuck. I don't have a team. It's not us against them. It's not. It's me against the fucking world. And if some of the world sees, hey, this guy's actually knows what he's talking about, I'll say, yeah, of course I do. I know what I'm talking about. But these guys, all they want to do, you can see Craig is holding back the whole time. He wants to speak over him and say, oh, you're a fucking idiot. You fucking love. But he won't because they're on the same team. That's how teamwork works. Craig is just holding back so much to say, oh, you fucking desert pedophile. You full of shit. No. Oh, no, you're on my side. I support you. I love you. Oh, you're fucking awesome. Look at it. Look at him. Look how much he says. This old fucking desert wanker. Craig just lords it up.
Put your dirt back in the hole. And then the next guy, the prison warden guy goes, Luke, what's your dirt doing in my hole? He's like, David, why is your fence on the wrong hill? I don't know, boss. It was like, well, move it to the hill over there.
Come on, Craig, talk over him.
Fly earthers.
Come on, Craig, talk over him. You do it to everybody else. Oh, no, but you're on the same team, so you're holding yourself back so much. It was like hilarious.
Oh, good God. So I've noticed, I mentioned...
you can do it. Talk over him. No, have a drink.
I used to do celestial navigation when I was working on the ocean.
Oh.
And I've used sextant, get around South Pacific. I used it to get from Oceanside, California.
I used to use sextants in Southern California. Now he's an authority on this.
To Hilo, Hawaii.
Yeah, but you need a flat baseline for that, so...
You can't get there in a straight line.
No.
So, if you set a compass course and you stay on that compass course from California and you do a rum line to Hilo, Hawaii, if you just keep going, you'll end up at the North Pole because you spiral into the pole.
Don't tell Gary Labenga.
Great circle works great. That's why they call it a great circle, I guess.
Did you hear just what he said? Have you done a rum line and you go in great circles, you end up at the North Pole? The fuck was he just saying? I never even heard that because I actually haven't watched through this shit before. He just fucking said, you do a rum line up at the North Pole. The fuck? I mean, obviously, Craig is just going to keep on sucking up his ass and say, oh, yeah, you're an authority and all this shit. This fucking dude is even insane from the globe perspective. From the globe perspective, he's fucking insane. From the flat earth perspective, well, he's already insane, obviously. I actually am going to just do a little tweak and listen to
and you stay on that compass course from California and you do a rum line to Hilo, Hawaii. If you just keep going, you'll end up at the North Pole because you spiral into the pole.
Don't tell Gary Labenga.
great circle works great. That's why they call it a great circle, I guess. But it only works on a sphere.
It's crazy that something that uses specifically spherical triangles and stuff would only work on a sphere.
And would do spirals up to the North Pole. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. See, they don't even listen to their own insanity and then just go back to their own insanity. That can only work on a spinning space ball. The fuck, man? That was the most insane thing I've ever heard. And Craig won't even call him out on it. Fuck me.
You have so many flat earthers that argue that somehow a sextant proves that the Earth is flat. But there's not a single flat earther that has ever even held a sextant.
Well, the celestial sphere can be directly mapped 1-to-1 to the Earth's surface sphere, and if the triangles add up to more than 90 degrees or whatever the fuck, it's
whatever the fuck,
you can navigate and get to where you're going only if you accept the fact that it's a sphere.
Yeah.
Damn me. Damn. I wish I had watched this more this earlier. The fucking old dude is fucking ranting and raving and hey, and whoa, sphere. Oh, fuck's sake, gravity. What the fuck are you going on about, you old ranting dude? Of course, everything, including Polaris, will appear to get lower and lower as you get further away from it. What the fuck? How does that only work?
You have to use the Earth's radius to calculate. You get your co-attitude angle, you times it by the 60 nautical miles per degree, and that is literally based on the radius of the Earth, and that
times it by the 60 nautical miles per degree. He sounds confident in what he's saying. He really did. He sounded confident in what he's saying. Where the fuck is that? Fucking little blue dot. There it is. There we go. Let's listen to that again, Craig. Tell me again what
times it by the 60 nautical miles per degree, and
times it by the side. 60 nautical miles per degree. It sounds so confident, you actually believe it.
That is literally based on the radius of the Earth, and there's nothing about that specifically.
That does nothing about that specifically. You fucking nailed it, Craig. It doesn't do nothing about that specifically. I don't know where the fuck you came up with that.
That 60 nautical miles per degree. There's nothing about that works if the Earth is flat.
That's right. The Earth is flat, and we don't need that mathematical bullshit to make it so.
That alone completely debunks the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Completely.
If you use a universal plotting sheet, to plot your lines of position that you got with a sextant, and you look it up on the tables, and you use a universal plotting sheet.
Universal
at the bottom
sheet.
Right, there's
a universal plotting sheet. And yet, if I talk about a universal up and down, I'm some sort of madman because it's what we observe. But here we've got a universal plotting sheet from this crazy old desert file.
Lines of latitude that curve.
Crazy.
So that they get shorter as you go to the higher your latitude is, the shorter the lines are, so that your nautical miles actually work out. And I suppose it's possible that one can do that on a flat Earth, but I don't know how they could I mean, it's
Well, I mean, it doesn't work when you try to do the maths on a flat Earth, of course, because if you're
Maths.
like taking a celestial point, say like Polaris, out of the North Pole, it's obviously 90 degrees above you, and then for every 69.1 miles you move away, it drops by 1 degree. You know, that itself is something that specifically is mapped to a spherical surface, and
No, Craig. No, Craig. If you look down your street and you see a line of street lights, each and every one of them, as they disappear into the distance, are going to get lower and lower and lower. And you can measure the degrees if you took an angle of the shadow of each street light by how many degrees are getting lower. So to assume then that your street is curved means you are a fucking idiot. If we're looking at something in the sky like Polaris, and it seems to get lower and lower and lower as we get further away from it, that is an artifact of perspective. I know it's hard. Oh, perspective. No, that is how it works. The further away you get from something, the lower it will appear, just like the street lights on your street. It does not mean that the ground ramping up to that level is the earth curved. Sorry to break it to you, Craig. That's reality.
if you do the maths for it being on a flat plane, what you find is that Polaris has several different locations in the sky at the same time. So
From different places. Yes, exactly as you would expect. From different distances away from it. I have to speak very slowly when it comes to this, Craig, because you are there ranting and raving and carrying on like a spoiled little bitch, when the truth is, the further away you get from anything of any great height, the lower it will appear.
either everyone has their own personal Polaris, or there's just multiple Polarises at the same time.
Oh, God.
Polaris
plus
Polarises?
Polaris eye. If you cross the equator, the parallel lines don't keep increasing in distance. They start getting smaller. It's like,
Prove it,
like on the Gleason map.
Marky boy.
If you pass the equator,
Yeah.
the rings get larger. But here in real life, the rings get shorter.
Uh-huh.
And if you
Well, hang on. That's a claim. That's a claim. So if you're going to make that claim, Mr. Laughy old man boy with the little man-child boy, if you're going to make that claim, prove it. All those lines you're talking about are fucking arbitrary anyway. They're imaginary. They don't even exist. And now you have to prove that these non-existent lines get smaller again. It's like, you guys are so deluded. You're so brainwashed that, as you would expect, you're so brainwashed that you don't even know you're brainwashed. That's just the way it works.
you don't know that, you can't navigate. So I would love to see an explanation by a flat Earth believer who could actually. I want to give this person a sextant and a boat and say, "I'll see you in Hilo."
They're never coming back. They're dying at sea.
These guys are so
It would be like a slow murder kind of thing. It's like, Oh wow!
Maybe that's just a way to get rid of all the flat
Anyway,
earthers. Just ask them to navigate at sea, and then we just never see them again.
I can't believe. I can't believe. Honestly, I know I'm mocking it and I'm being an idiot. Can't help it. Fucking look at them. Oh, fuck me, dude. You guys are so fucking pathetic. You got no idea what you're talking about. I doubt any of you have ever been south of the equator, where I've spent 99.9% of my life. I doubt any of us have a fucking clue what you're talking about. But you're just sitting there having a good old laugh and chuckle fest and carrying on. I have to listen just because it's so pathetic.
yeah,
They want to find the ice wall, right? They're all desperate to find the ice wall.
Oh, yeah, desperate to find the fucking ice wall. The ice wall's been proven, Craig. Put into Google Antarctic ice wall. You will find a million pictures straight away, even in mainstream Google. Oh, yeah, look at you. Oh, God. This is just sad and pathetic. Yeah.
So let's just give them some boats and say, off you go. Use your flat Earth navigation and find the ice wall.
So this is typical again of the globe earthers. Tell us to go out and prove what they want us to prove. We don't give a fuck. We know there's an ice wall. We know you can't sail beyond it. Why is it upon us to test what you want for you? You know? We don't have to. It's upon you. It's proven. It exists. For fuck's sake. Every time I hear a glober saying, oh, well, show us the edge of the earth. It's like, no, you go show us the edge of the earth. If you think we have one. We don't think there's an edge of the earth. We think it just, the planar earth at the bottom of the universe is potentially infinite. It's not like we think in terms of the heliocentrist idiot that we're in outer space, therefore we're on a disk in outer space, which has an edge. That mentality is insanity. Insanity. You got to drop that. Physical reality, bottom of existence. Everything else, whatever. The universe above us. Physical, beneath us. Everything else above us. Simple. Deal with it.
Never see you again.
Well, that's. I was wondering. You know, these people. Some of flat Earth believers keep insisting that one is not allowed to visit the Antarctic, and you can't go to the North or the South Pole because, well, besides the wall, not allowed. But if they have enough money, they can actually join expeditions. I mean, there's businesses that outfit expeditions to the North Pole, and they can actually spend the night at the North Pole if they like. I mean, it costs about $110,000 just for the expedition.
And there's
They always make conditions, don't they? Just, oh, well, if you got a shit ton of money, we can just support the globe Earth. How convenient.
a large
have to
chance
get-
you would freeze to death and die, you know. But that's cool. We don't mind that.
If they really wanted to, they could go visit, but
Yeah.
apparently they don't want to.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, because we're all multi-millionaires with nothing better to do for our money. Why don't those people with all that money just go and do it, film it, and show it to us, and settle the debate? Why do you keep putting it upon the poor people questioning the truth to go and expend all this money to go and do shit to support your beliefs? There's just no reason why we would do it. Idiots.
Honestly saying to me, well, if everyone can just go to the South Pole, why isn't everyone there all the time? Why is it not all busy? And I'm like, well, because it's the largest, most hostile desert on the planet that will kill you in a couple of minutes. That's why there's not a bunch of people there.
Plus, once they got there, I can just see them, why is it always sunlight? The sun isn't setting. It's like,
but there is no 24-hour sun. It's all fake videos, apparently, somehow.
Well,
why is it always sunny in the day?
If they did go to the North Pole, how would they know that they're at the North Pole?
Well, they just have to trust the compass, right? But and they don't know how to navigate. So, I mean, they're never going to get anywhere that they intend to go. Unless they use the globe to navigate. And that's the problem for them, right?
We have to have the globe to navigate. All of a sudden, we're going from they to the globe again to navigate. Listen to it.
Well, far be it for me to suggest, give some names to people that, I would suggest that they actually go to Antarctic.
Come on, give us one. Give us one, Randy.
And, check out the wall, get pictures.
I'll happily fund a trip for Durf. I reckon if we crowdfund for Durf to go to the ice wall, that can happen. We're not bringing him back or helping him.
Rightio. Well, then we have a challenge there. You got that Durf? Apparently you've been challenged. Craig will crowdfund you to go somewhere into Antarctica. I'm not sure exactly where. It wasn't specific, but that's globe tarts for you.
Go to the ice wall and fucking stay there.
I like the idea. I know just the destination on Antarctic. There's there used to be a post office on the edge of Antarctic. People actually went there just to post letters so that they could get the stamp, on the, have the punch on their stamp and show, it was sent from Antarctic. So they could go visit there. It has a dock. They could just sail up to the dock.
One of the funniest things is
no wonder this guy is a fucking legend of the globe, isn't it? Listening, you stand here. You're both a fucking bunch of both morons, man. No wonder you support each other. I'm actually disappointed. I thought there might have been something worthwhile that I might have been able to address, but turns out they're just going to both sit there and give each other hand churnies all night long, and I haven't got time for that. So thanks heaps for everyone who stopped by, had a chat. This is just crazy. I'll give him 5 more seconds.
Durf's Flat Earth app. It's got this thing called Friend Finder on it, where anyone else that's logged on, that has got the app, it shows you where they are in the world, which is a massive security concern. But anyway, and it currently shows there's 7 people that use the app that are in Antarctica.
A massive security concern because you think that all your digital data isn't already being completely spied upon and everything you say isn't being recorded. Fuck me. Oh, jeez. All right, 7 people in Antarctica. Let's go, Craig.
Whoops.
Oh no!
Derek Bradley in the chat, who must be a flat earther, says that I've been looking extra stupid these past few streams. Well, thank you very much, Derek. I appreciate that you're watching all my streams.
Well, you know
See how
those
stupid you are.
Antarctic users of the app, they're actually NASA employees.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So Derek Bradley, flat earther in the chat, says that I got destroyed by both Flat Earth Jesus and Kaleb.
Yes, you did, Craig. You get destroyed just by opening your mouth, because the rest of the world gets to see just how stupid you are. All right, I'm going to call it a night, because we're going to end on a winning note. So thanks for watching, guys. I do appreciate you. I will not say that like all those other wankers do. I love you so much, because I do not. There's very little I love except for fucking beer and my fiance, and I would be lying and say I love you and I appreciate you. Appreciate the good things in life. And I know I'm attracting the good things in life. So I appreciate. So good night. Thank you very much.